Olá, bom dia a todas, bom dia a todos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 6th Forum on Development organized by the Brazilian Development Association, ABDE. Our event is being broadcast live by the website forumdesenvolvimento.com.br. You can participate with us, sending your comments or questions by the chat. Questions that are not answered due to time constraints will be sent to participants, and the answers will later be broadcast through the ABDE channels. The debates today will be translated to English and Spanish, and the videos with the full program will be available on the YouTube channel of ABDE next week. Feel free to comment on the event using the hashtag Forum do Desenvolvimento. Having made these announcements, let us move on to the first activity of the day. So on the second day, the central theme is a world in transition, and we will begin activities with an exclusive interview on this topic with our special guest, Professor José Antônio Ocampo, former Executive Secretary of ECLAC, the UN Arm for Development in Latin America and Caribbean, and Deputy Secretary of the UN for Economic Affairs at the time of Kofi Annan, Minister of Finance in his country, Colombia, and professor in 4 prestigious universities, Cambridge, Yale, Oxford, and Columbia. We will also talk to Professor Adalto Modesto, Chief Economist of the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, and Luiz Esteves, Chief Economist of the Northeast Bank, the BN.
To the forum and say that this is a truly honor for us to hear your thoughts on the challenges and trends in a world in transition, and of course how development banks relate to this complex environment.
De desenvolvimento estão relacionados a esse complexo ambiente. Vamos começar imediatamente com a entrevista. Professor Ocampo, gostaríamos, ou melhor, estamos examinando esta questão da crise do Covid-19 e seus impactos sobre nossas economias, sistemas de saúde e instituições, e a forma como está sendo feita a resposta a essa crise. O senhor poderia, por favor, compartilhar sua perspectiva sobre como esta crise irá influenciar a resposta das nossas instituições a essa crise e também, se possível, mais especificamente, o senhor poderia abordar como os bancos de desenvolvimento multilaterais se relacionam a essa questão? Vou começar dizendo que eu aprecio muito o convite para me juntar a vocês aqui nesse fórum. Eu lamento não poder participar presencialmente. Eu
or the speed of the recovery, which has been more or less generalized, is very uneven, which is a point that the International Monetary Fund made in a very strong terms in the World Economic Outlook. That was one of the main messages from last year. Now, of course, in the background, let's say, of the crisis is what we know of the pandemic. The pandemic was, of course, generalized, starting in China, and for that reason, China was the country that had the worst first quarter of last year. But then it generalized, so everywhere we have had the effects of the pandemic. And of course, the big question this year is at what speed, let's say, we will have a vaccination in different countries where the situation is extremely uneven. I mean, the advance, let's say, in the United States or the United Kingdom is much faster than, let's say, Western Europe, and let's say the whole developing world is far behind. We say China, of course, is a country that is ahead of, as in many other areas, in relation to the developing world. Now, Latin America was very strongly hit. I mean, when we see the numbers last year, the worst regions in the world, for example, according to the IMF estimates, were Western Europe, Latin America, and India. But India is recovering much faster this year. So it's only Latin America and Western Europe that will not recover in 2021 what they lost in 2020. And a big question is why, the case of Latin America. Actually, I wrote a paper for CEPAL, for the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, on which is called the COVID-19 Crisis in Historical Perspective, in which, first of all, I show that this was the worst crisis in Latin American history. Compared to even to the debt crisis of the 1980s or the Great Depression of the 1930s. This was by far the worst crisis in history. But the external shocks were probably not the reason for the strength of the crisis, for several reasons. First of all, international trade did collapse initially, but it recovered much faster than in 2009, 2010, in such a way that by the end of last year, it had recovered pre-crisis levels. Commodity prices did not behave badly except for oil. Private financing did have a strong hit initially, but the access of emerging economies to international private capital markets came back around mid-April, and according to my knowledge, about 13 Latin American countries, which is of course the overwhelming majority, had access to international private financing. And that was at relatively low cost. I mean, because of the reduction in the U.S. interest rates and the margins, the risk margins were relatively low. So most countries and many firms were able to issue bonds in the international markets at relatively low cost and long maturities. The way I explain it to my students is that this, in terms of the shutdown of international private markets, this was a 2-month crisis compared to around 12 months after the collapse of Lehman Brothers in 2009, compared to, for Latin America, about 6 years after the East Asian crisis, and about 8 years during the Latin American debt crisis. So this, in terms of private financing, this was not a very strong crisis. And actually, to add one point, remittances of migrant workers, which of course not an important issue for Brazil, but it's an important issue for many Latin American countries, specifically in the Central American, the Caribbean area. Let me say that according to all the information that is available, remittances, actually, particularly from the United States, actually increased last year rather than decline. They had declined in 2009. So all the external shocks were there, but they don't explain why the hell this crisis was so steep, so hard in Latin America. So my explanation is actually that the reasons must be found internally in our countries. And as I have pointed out, the crisis hit after 5 terrible years in terms of world economic in Latin America. And also with the deterioration of the fiscal accounts, in such a way that the capacity to respond to the crisis was also limited by the fiscal space that we had. Actually, in January of last year, prior to the COVID-19 or the knowledge of the COVID-19, I actually wrote an op-ed which called the 5 years prior to this crisis the lost half decade. I said we had already had a lost half decade. In Latin America, actually the growth rate between 2014 and 2019 is the worst in the post-war period, worse than after the East Asian crisis, and worse than the first 5 years of the Latin American debt crisis. So we are, to some extent, largely responsible for the intensity of the crisis. We should not look at external factors alone. That is my perception of the situation. And of course, one remarkable case is Brazil, because Brazil had its worst crisis. I don't know if it's in history, but probably prior to COVID-19. I mean, you had a reduction in GDP, a recession that was unprecedented in many ways. And of course, with the strong fiscal constraints that are reflected in the legal, let's say, decisions that were taken to try to correct the fiscal imbalances. Now, the response to the crisis, in other terms, was it had some positive issues. I point out in particular that all countries responded with additional support for low-income households. That was a positive side of the story to try to mitigate the intensity of the crisis, which was particularly hard for, let's say, for low-income urban households. Okay, and the intensity of the benefits were, relatively good. Actually, again, Brazil is a good example of the magnitude of the benefit. I would say Peru and Chile also are. So, let's say in the case of Latin America, let's say the intensity of the crisis, we have to look inward, and the response was relatively limited by the fiscal space that countries had, but it included some good benefits to try to the social impact. In any case, according to all the numbers that we have estimated that we have in the agenda, there was a significant increase in poverty levels last year, and a significant deterioration in labor markets in every Latin American country.
Great. Luis, would you like to follow up on that?
Yeah, yes, for sure. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have a professor with us. Thank you for this opportunity. Well, the second question basically is going forward on the discussion about the role of developed financial institutions. Could you further elaborate about how they can better contribute to a more inclusive and sustainable response? And you have recently published an important paper about the global developed banks architecture. And could you share with us some of these policy recommendations in this paper?
Well, let me start by referring, perhaps I should have referred in my previous answer to that, to the response of international financing or multilateral international financing in general, which of course has first, before I refer to the multilateral development banks, has the IMF, another mechanism that have been launched by the Group of 20. My general analysis of that actually based also on the discussion that took place in the Bretton Woods meetings, the spring meetings of the Bretton Woods institutions, indicate that that there are good news in two areas, or maybe in three areas. But let me mention first the really good news, new events that was the decision to launch or to approve $650 billion in special drawing rights, which is much more than was issued in 2009, 250 billion at that time, and the agreement of the United States to support the international tax negotiations that are taking place in OECD, and particularly the idea of a minimum international corporate tax, which is an essential international instrument in order to avoid what has been called the race to the bottom in corporate taxation, which has produced no good results, let's say. So those are two very good news in recent years, let's say. At the same time, the Group of 20 and the IMF approved the specific mechanisms to support the indebted low-income countries. The debt suspension initiative that had been launched last year was extended this year. The possibility of debt restructuring for low-income countries that was launched by the G20 in November is still going on, and there is this specific fund in the IMF to support, actually to pay for the debt of the really affected low-income countries. Now, in that map, let's say, what do we get in the middle-income countries, which is Latin America? And my point is, aside from the SDRs and international tax cooperation, very little. I mean, the idea of, for example, of using the SDRs that developed countries and China would not use, let's say, for increasing financing for countries, for developing countries, is going to be done for low-income countries, but there is no decision in relation to middle-income countries. The debt issues are for low-income countries, no initiative for middle-income countries. And this leads me to the question of multilateral development banks. To point out that one of the big differences between the response to the 2021 COVID-19 crisis with the North Atlantic crisis of 2008-2009 is that there had been no decision to capitalize multilateral development banks. Remember, in the London meeting that took place in April 2009, the Group of 20 approved the capitalization of all multilateral development banks. And that's what happened. All multilateral development banks were capitalized in 2009 or 2010. In the case of Latin America, we have been strongly hit by the, let's say, because the two major development banks are regional, which are the Interamerican Development Bank and CAF, which is the official name is Development Bank of Latin America. I mean, those two banks provide about 4/5 of the multilateral financing to Latin America, that's what they provided prior to this crisis. And none of them were capitalized. And furthermore, both are involved in deep internal political issues because of the election of a U.S. president for the Inter-American Development Bank, which was a very controversial issue last year. And since that is seen as supported by the Republicans in the United States, the chance that the U.S. Congress will approve a capitalization of the Inter-American Development Bank, I would say, is close to zero. In turn, CAF is involved in a lot of domestic internal issues that led to the resignation of the president and a process to elect a new president, and therefore, again, little chance that so long as the crisis continues, there will be capitalization of CAF. So in that context, the only good news, let's say, at the world level is that the World Bank had been capitalized in 2018, and therefore that's the World Bank is the institution that have responded to the crisis. For example, all the increase in multilateral financing to Latin America, which was about, according to my numbers, around 20% last year, came from the World Bank, not from the Inter-American or Development Bank or CAF. It's also for the Central American region, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration was capitalized. The capitalization was approved at the end of last year, at the end of 2019, and went into effect at the beginning of 2020. So that's a little bank, but very important for Central America, of course. And that bank has been more active, let's say. But the issue of capitalization of multilateral development banks is a very, very important issue. In the analysis that you mentioned that I had made of the system of multilateral development banks, let me perhaps underscore some of the functions that I see in which they can play a role. And perhaps the first one I will underscore is the capacity to work with national development banks, or in cases like Brazil, where you have sub-regional, sub-national, development banks, the capacity to also work with the sub-national banks. So I think that connection is quite important, going forward. The second point is what I have emphasized in my writings is the counter-cyclical role of development banks. The fact that development banks have to come to the rescue, let's say, of financing during crisis. Again, which is what happened in 2009, 2010, and has happened with the World Bank during this crisis, but not with other banks. Okay, and of course, the third is the family of financing that these institutions can provide. Again, multilateral, connected with national and subnational banks, which is, of course, first and foremost, support to the countries or regions where they operate in terms of their development challenges, which could be social, could be economic, or could be infrastructure, which is an area which is rising in importance, and increasingly climate change mitigation and adaptation, which is an area where the whole multilateral development banks, but also the national development banks, are now deeply embedded. So it's a collection of those functions, which depends a bit on the institutions. I would say, for example, I mean, look at the history. Infrastructure financing, for example, was very important in the past. In the origin of these institutions, it became less important for the World Bank and the Interamerican Development Bank, not for CAF, actually, because CAF actually became, therefore, one of the main investors or supporters of infrastructure investment. But now all the banks are on board, okay? Are on board. They all are supporting infrastructure financing. Let me say also during the last year, even the banks that did not increase financing had lots of programs to support the social aspects of social crisis that countries were facing. So the health systems, the support to low-income households, etc. And as I pointed out in my research on this topic, there is a significant increase in financing for climate change, mitigation of adaptation. Actually, the last decade, there has been a significant increase from all the multilateral development banks. And I hope also from national development banks, so I don't have information on that. Curiously, I think a point that I still see as a weakness in the system is the support for production sectors or production sector policies, as I call it. In English, sometimes you say industrial policies, but I don't like the term as much because it's not only for manufacturing. It can be for services, for the primary sector, particularly for agriculture, and depending on the country, you want to have a significant and with a very important element, which is science and technology contents of the production sector policy. I don't see the multilateral development banks still very much on board in that agenda, which is also part of my views of what has to be supported by development banks in general.
Thank you very much, Professor, for mentioning the role of subnational development banks. I think both I and Esteves, we work in this kind of institutions, and we have been highlighting their role as last mile specialists that connects the global development agendas to the needs and demands that we face at the territorial level. But I think we are almost approaching the time that we combine to this interview. And I think that maybe we should use this final minutes to hear your words and your thoughts on what would be the most pressing issues or challenges that practitioners or people that are working in the development field and that are watching us today, they should care about. And please, Professor, feel free to add whatever you think is more appropriate for us today.
Well, following on my previous answer, let me start by emphasizing that the development banks have an essential role in the economic recovery after the crisis. That the countercyclical role is a very important role for all multilateral, national, and subnational development banks. So that let me start by pointing that out. And that depends on the specific projects of investment, on support to the social dimensions of the crisis, etc. So that's one particular element. Second, again, following on my previous answer, I think in the area of social policy, there is a very important role. I guess the strengthening of the health system, including all the actions that can be done. I mean, for example, what can be done in terms of the production of vaccines or production of medicines to combat this health emergency, but also other emergencies. Brazil having a very good pharmaceutical industry must be at the center, for example, of that effort. And it should probably be more regionally focused so that the Latin American countries contribute more to that. Infrastructure investment, which is a traditional area for many development banks, should continue to be a focus. In some cases, combined with private investment, or depending on the priorities and policies of countries. And I said climate change mitigation and adaptation must be at the center of all. But let me underscore again this area of production sector policies and science and technology at the center of those production sector policies as an area that has to be developed much better going forward. And that means, of course, financing innovative sectors, innovative firms that can contribute to technological change and have more science and technology background. That's one element of that policy. And again, it's not necessarily manufacturing. It can be the primary sector, agriculture in particular. For example, Brazil is very well endowed has been doing fantastic work in let's say, in the technological change of the soybean industry or the corn industry, which is very important, and also services. And now, of course, with this ICT having become at the center of the management of the crisis everywhere, because of the way we link, like I am linking with you today, is through ICT, so information and communications technologies. So the development of that industry, with all the background that it requires, it should also be at the center of the policies in relation to production sector. So production sector policies for agriculture, for manufacturing, and for service.
Luis?
Well, it's time to finish. Thank you so much, Professor Ocampo, for these insightful thoughts that we share with us. I'm sure that this kind of moment, it's very important for us to design a better public policies or development policies for entrepreneurs, for women, for climate change, and so on. Thank you so much. It was a very nice interview, and I would like to ask for Adalgisa for finishing this panel. Thank you so much.
Well, no, thank you for the invitation, and particularly Brazil has one great advantage. It has one of the largest national development banks of the world, BNDES, but also has several sub-national banks, which also play a very important role. That's unique in Latin America, and I think you should be very strong in the management of your development banks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Professor.
Bom, nosso sincero.
Our sincere thanks to Professor Ocampo for the wonderful interview that he has given to the 6th Forum of Development, and also the interviewers, economists Adalto, Modesto, and Luis Esteves, for brilliantly conducting the interview. We will now move on to the first panel of the day, reminding you that it's important to use our official hashtag, Fórum do Desenvolvimento, when you comment on the forum in your favorite media channels.
Well, thank you, Adalgisa. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the panel Connections, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. I'd like to thank the Brazilian Association of the Sorry. I'm having some technical issues. May I start? Well, sorry for these technical issues. I just would like to start again. Thank you, Adalgisa, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the panel Connections, Asia, Africa, and Middle East. I would like to thank the Brazilian Association of Development, ABDE, for hosting us, our guest panelists for participating, and to all who are watching, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. As the title indicates, we are all connected. It's a global, we live in a global economy, and now it seems like a global village, and we are facing issues, as you know, like these pandemics that starts in one side of the globe, and then it comes to every place. No matter how apparently distant
remind you of the topic, the inspiring topic, A World in Transition. We will now begin the panel Connections, Asia, Africa, and Middle East. The moderator of this panel is the Secretary for Economic Affairs, International Economic Affairs of the Ministry of the Economy, Erivaldo Gomes, and our guests are Khaled Sherif, Vice President of the African Development Bank, and Joachim von Amsberg, Vice President of Policy and Strategy of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. We have also Anil Kishora, Vice President of the New Development Bank, and our commentator is Francisco Gaetani, Professor of the Getúlio Vargas Foundation. So I would like to welcome our moderator, Secretary Erivaldo Gomes. It's a pleasure to have you on our second day of the Forum on Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adalgisa. Thank you, my good friends. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the panel. This panel Connections Asia, Africa, and Middle East. I'd like to thank Brazilian Association of Development, ABDE, for hosting us, our guest panelists for participating, and to all who are watching, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. As the title indicates, we are all connected. We live in a global village, and we interact now in a global economy. No matter how apparently distant in terms of miles, our destinies are closely linked. The COVID-19 pandemic, the international climate change efforts, and the importance of promoting evenly distributed gains from globalization all illustrate how important it is to collaborate actively. Regional banks play a key role in channeling available resources from regional budgets for the promotion of economic and sustainable development at the local level. Regional development banks are increasingly relevant because of the resource they can channel and because of the technical expertise they offer. I look forward to this morning panel. It brings together high-ranking representatives from important regional development institutions who share the desire to promote development opportunities and who can bring a valuable perspective for the Brazilian audience on the role these institutions have in their regional context and how they can expand collaboration with Brazil. In the last years, Brazil has increased its participation in international development banks I would like to begin by asking our guest panelists for brief introductory remarks and to describe its institutions' activities for the Brazilian audience. In light of the current structure of operations of each development bank, you represent how can Brazil greatly participate and engage with your institutions? Also, I'd like to ask you, how can development banks you present assist Brazil to increase its connections with the regions that host each of your institutions? And in what ways can your development banks assist Brazilian companies to increase their commercial participation with the banks through the offer of goods and service in each region? I would like to give the floor to our participants, and I will ask our panelists first, Mr. Dr. Khaled Sherif from AIIB, the African Development Bank. Then we will have Joachim von Amsberg from AIIB, and Anil, Dr. Anil Kishora from NDB. Please, Mr. Khaled.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for having me. So first and foremost, the African Development Bank is Africa's primary regional development bank, whose main purpose for being is to promote growth in the 54 countries that make up the African continent, to ensure the prosperity of Africans, and to develop the continent on all of the indicators specific to the SDGs, and to what we call our high fives, which represent the development objectives that the African Development Bank sets for itself. Specifically, Africa and the relationship with the world is extremely important. As many of you know, consumer expenditure from any continent is key to its development. And consumer expenditure on the African continent has grown at a compound annual rate of about 3.9% since 2010, reaching about 1.4 trillion as of last year, and that figure is expected to reach 2.1 trillion by 2025 and 2.5 trillion by 2030. If we can put my PowerPoint on screen, please, so I can walk the audience through some additional facts about the African continent. While the PowerPoint here we are. So we can go to the first slide. So as you can see from slide one, next slide, please. Africa does offer a very attractive opportunity for businesses with the continent expected to grow, the African continent's gross domestic product expected to grow to about 5.6 trillion by 2025. Can we have the first slide, please? If you can go to the next slide. This is obviously a huge market and a market with tremendous potential. The African Union has set up a continental free trade area, or what we're calling the African Continental Free Trade Area, recognizing the critical role that African businesses can play in enhancing the continent's regional integration, but more specifically, as a catalyst for also promoting foreign direct investment from all over the world. And obviously, it offers tremendous opportunities for Brazil. The African Development Bank does play a key role in developing the development strategy for the continent. And in this regard, we've developed what we call our regional integration strategy for the African continent to embrace the private sector as a key partner in achieving an integrated continent, in promoting foreign direct investment, and getting businesses to grow across borders, foreign direct investment grow across the continent. But unfortunately, intra-Africa trade today only accounts for 17% of the continent's total trade volume. So Africa is not very good at trading with itself. It is actually much better at trading with the world. And so when you look at that 17% of the total inter-Africa trade volume, it's a very low figure by global standards and significantly below Asia, which trades at about 59% within its continental neighbors. Europe, with its continental neighbors, trade about 69%, and similar to South America. But unfortunately for the African continent, as you can see from the bar chart, it is a much lower percentage at 15%. So one of our primary objectives is to promote intra-Africa trade along with enhancing foreign direct investment. And as many of you know, in the African continent, it is basically where the world's industry gets its raw materials, and roughly about 26% of the world's production from basic raw materials does come from Africa. So there is a tremendous amount of potential in Africa. It is clear that there are many business opportunities, but for Africa to grow, Africa needs industry, it needs businesses to have a certain level of economies of scale, to be able to compete in the world market. It needs technology, and it needs to expand beyond its home markets. Commercial bank lending remains the most common source of external finance and growth capital for businesses, which are very consistently heavily reliant on straight debt financing to meet their startup cash flow and investment needs. This is why investment, especially foreign direct investment, is key to get technology, to get financing for African businesses, to get them to a level of scale where they can grow and compete internationally. Next slide, please. For Africa's future to be solidified, as you can see from the second slide, so if you can go to slide 2, please, you'll see that following the African Union's focus, the heads of state of the 54 countries and their focus on regionally integrating the African economies, the whole concept here is how do we create within the African Union a common market that integrates Africa, that liberalizes and promotes the flow of goods and services, enhances investment, brings more capital into the African continent, allows for the free movement of labor within the African continent, and to make sure that Africa is able to become an economic powerhouse and to have that level of economic integration that we see in the Americas and we see in Asia and in the European Union. But to implement a vision for integrating Africa, you will see that there has to be some vision for promoting trade and investment, for promoting regional infrastructure, and for a coherent set of instruments for financial integration. You would have seen that if we had the next slide, but I think it's the slideshow is not moving. No worries. On slide 3, for those that have, if we can go to the slide after that, please. Thank you. So as you will see on financial markets integration, this is key to everything that relates to developing Africa and the 54 countries within the African continent as a common market. Financial market depth and integration are essential for economic development, specifically in the African continent. As Brazil has found, the traditional financial market, composed of commercial investment banks, insurance companies, and market-based mutual funds, and exchange-traded funds, is focused on the corporate sector. But in most cases, these are very highly regulated industries, and if listed company equity issuers are subject to considerable disclosure requirements. So for Africa, above all, there has to be more of a focus on returns to shareholders, which means that they have to operate at scale, and we have to create a framework for large-scale and conventional financial institutions in the African continent to promote trade finance, to promote guarantees, to promote the growth and development of a coherent payment system, and to develop capital markets to integrate them. And Africa is somewhat behind in this regard. But Brazil has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this mismatch in developing its different instruments, and it has experienced this And this mismatch is common also across the globe, but is probably Africa's biggest challenge for the time being. Many OECD economies have really focused their efforts on financing small businesses and focused on developing commercial banks and credit unions to promote growth in the African continent. And this is basically the African Development Bank strategy, is to make financial market integration a priority, to develop a suite of lending instruments to promote the private sector in Africa, to promote financial integration, to promote economic integration across countries, and to promote foreign direct investment. Next slide, please. As you will see in the next slide, in Africa, we face similar challenges as Brazil, where most businesses have difficulties getting bank finance. This is why foreign direct investment is so important. So this is particularly true for working capital needs, for basic inventories or bridge financing to meet short-term payment obligations. So this lack of adequate financing extends across both small and medium-scale enterprises. There is on the continent a situation where private equity tends to lack flexibility to support companies, especially when it comes to cross-border expansion. Every country has a different set of rules on the African continent, a different set of investment regulations, tax regulations, different customs regulations. This in turn, even with different interest rate structures across countries, does not promote intra-Africa trade. And intra-Africa trade, the economic union of the 54 countries in Africa, is essential for its development. So how do we solve this problem? The African Development Bank is working with partners across the continent to narrow the challenges facing financial market integration. And a starting point is working on strengthened payment systems to enable faster processing of transactions. And as new technologies such as blockchain evolve, we expect to see more possibilities open up for businesses, for households, and for those who have been traditionally disenfranchised. Next slide. As you can also see on the next slide, the African Development Bank is moving towards information platforms that link markets. Now, this is intended to open up procurement opportunities for businesses, which is key for Brazil. I mean, especially when you see that consumption in Africa is going to reach $2.5 trillion by 2030. Exporting into Africa is basically the future. And if we can open up opportunities for businesses to identify, especially e-commerce opportunities, this is where the future is. However, these opportunities will remain fragmented and localized without greater physical infrastructure connectivity, which is the focus of what we're trying to do. So while we strive to open up and connect markets, we also recognize that the physical movement of goods and transmission of data for logistics are absolutely necessary for the potential of e-commerce to be realized on a continent-wide basis. Without this, Africa really will find much difficulty in not just getting the investment that it needs, but the development that it is seeking. So we have targeted programs specifically for trying to create these kinds of platforms for MSMEs. We're looking at moving away from traditional areas of focus towards trade facilitation from an e-commerce perspective, and keeping all of this consistent with the objectives of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which does promote the concept of an African common economic market. Next slide, please. So the support that we envision at the African Development Bank is support for entrepreneurship, the linkages specifically between globally integrated financial markets and real sector economies. And these have to be powered by an unprecedented pace of innovation in telecommunications, data information transmission specifically. And so Africa needs the technologies that will allow for platforms, e-commerce platforms, to basically pull future development, especially to promote trade and develop the ecosystems that are necessary, where economies don't develop traditional infrastructure for promoting trade, but find enormous opportunities in opening up agriculture, in opening up exports of different types, in promoting MSME development through a form of support for entrepreneurs and developing markets through e-commerce opportunities. Next slide, please. To get there, though, we need to make sure that we address the legal, regulatory, and institutional environment challenges that Africa faces. And this is what the African Development Bank is focusing on. It's basically looking at how across 54 countries in Africa, we can address weak business environments, we can promote large-scale investment, we can get the continent to a level of economies of scale to allow it to compete, to allow the African continent to compete internationally and its 54 countries to do so. Because unless Africa produces at scale or specializes in terms of what it offers to the world, this is what's going to be key for Africa. And for all of you that need to understand the characteristics of the 54 countries that make up the African continent, about 28 of them export only 3 primary goods. And so economic diversification for individual countries is key. Developing value chains is key. Developing the potential for exporting something other than raw materials, but moving towards intermediate goods and processed goods is key. And this is effectively the way we hope to grow wealth on the continent. Next slide, please. So for Africa, support for entrepreneurship, we have to accelerate support for entrepreneurs across the continent. The African Development Bank is focusing, as you can see on the next slide, support for innovation hubs, incubators, as a way of accelerating the growth of private companies. We are working with business associations to support trade enabling information platforms. We're supporting one-stop border processing to allow for easier movements of goods across the 54 countries and easier ways of importing goods into the African continent. And we're focusing on accelerating investment into special economic zones and eco-industrial zones to ensure needed infrastructure and a critical mass of suppliers. And finally, to make sure that that we develop regional value chains to allow for commodity-based value chains to be the future of Africa out of the context of exporting only raw materials and getting into more value-added type exports, and in turn creating wealth on the continent. So just to close, Africa is trying to regionally integrate, is trying to become an economic entity similar to the European Union minus Brexit, and is trying to become a continental free trade area to capitalize on opportunities for promoting economic development and to promote growth in the private sector like never before. But companies require support, as you can see on the last slide, for having uniform business regulations and market linkages that are consistent across the continent. So we are working to enhance cross-border cooperation with our 54 regional member countries. We are working to develop financial and regional value chains. We are trying to strengthen our support for the private sector by creating different facilities that will allow it also to partner with countries like Brazil in the future on areas of industrial development that are key to growth. And finally, just to say that in a continent like Africa, wealth creation is its utmost priority. Economies, the 54 economies that make up the African continent, roughly 18 of them, people still live off less than $2 a day. With that very limited domestic consumption, this will not fuel growth. And so the future for Africa, the future for wealth creation in Africa is dependent on creating jobs, creating investment opportunities, developing value chains. And then once we begin to see a more consumer response when we begin to see average incomes rise. And we see, as we're seeing now in select parts of Africa, consumption increasing 3 to 4-fold in less than half a decade across select areas of the African continent that are now growing as faster than virtually any country in the world. This is what we would like to replicate across the African continent. And just in my final word, Africa is the future, and Africa is tomorrow's investment opportunity. And I think Brazil would be wise to keep an eye on Africa as a partner and a partner in development. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khaled. Excellent presentation. I take from your last words, Africa is an opportunity, and Brazil. If Brazil wants to become global, we need to be in Africa. It's an opportunity for all to be there. It's a very important market. Some other companies and countries are profiting from opportunities that we have in Africa. We have the opportunity to have a very good presentation on all these opportunities that we could have in Africa for Brazilian companies in areas that we traditionally not used to be to have in Africa. When we think Africa, we think sometimes in infrastructure opportunities, opportunities for infrastructure contractors. But as we saw from these presentations, we have other interesting opportunities in financial services, e-commerce, logistics, agriculture, food processing, and also on environmental services. Good to know that AIIB may support Brazilian companies developing this type of activities in Africa. So moving from Africa to another very dynamic region, let's go to Asia, and I would like to ask Dr. Joachim von Amsberg to present AIIB and the opportunities we have with AIIB and Asia. Mr. Joachim.
Thank you very much, Erivaldo, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and AIIB to participate in this forum on this highly relevant and important topic of connections and connectivity. Of course, multilateral development banks are all about making connections. And I want to talk about physical connections, economic connections, and finally, institutional connections. Maybe just a word first on the physical connections. Of course, we as the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, as our name suggests, we are about infrastructure, and infrastructure is about physical connections first and foremost. We may possibly first think about transport infrastructure, the highways, the rails, the ports, the airports that facilitate trade, carry goods and people. But increasingly, connectivity infrastructure is not just about transport, as important as transport is and will remain. It is also about energy connectivity. Of course, gas pipelines cross countries' borders. We have fleets of LNG tankers floating the globe's oceans. But we also have increasing high voltage transmission lines crossing countries' boundaries. And we may have in the future pipelines that carry hydrogen from one country to another. In Asia, we have sub-regions where energy trade is increasingly important. In South Asia, if you look at countries like Nepal supplying electricity to India and Bangladesh. You have other countries like Laos, PDR, providing energy exports to their neighbors. You have major opportunities in the Central Asian republics for economic development from power sector and energy sector integration. So energy connectivity is likewise very important, but so is data connectivity. Increasingly, services are traded through data infrastructure. And so for not just countries to be connected, but the hinterland, the smaller cities and rural areas of countries to be connected to global connectivity and global trade, data connectivity is becoming increasingly essential. Just last year, we invested in a private company that is building a satellite network that will bring high-speed internet to many of the still unserved of the 17,000 islands of Indonesia. A key aspect of connectivity to bring large remote populations into the global economy. Because connectivity and global market integration isn't and shouldn't just be about big companies, big producers, or large commodity raw material exports. It can be a driver of broad-based, employment-intensive, inclusive economic growth. But domestic infrastructure and connectivity is the key for that. If it is just about large ports and airports or large transport arteries, then yes, connectivity integration may be about just the big companies and rather capital-intensive investment. But integration and connectivity is about small companies, is about employment-intensive companies when domestic infrastructure supports that integration. And that applies to all dimensions of connectivity, to transport, energy, and data, to mention just the three most important aspects. So far for physical connectivity. And a word on economic connectivity, and in particular cross-border trade and investment. And I speak here from a region, from Asia, where cross-border economic integration has been a driver for economic development for decades. Early developing countries in Asia that are now high-income countries, of course, Japan, Korea, China following, and others have decades of experience with external integration and trade-driven economic development. Successful alleviation of poverty, successful economic development over decades that has been driven by economic integration by trade. But it is also the middle and the low-income countries of Asia that are following this path. If you look, for example, at ASEAN, the 10-nation Association of Southeast Asian Nations and their development, again, it is economic integration, cross-border trade, cross-border investment that is critical for their progress on economic and social development. If you look at countries like Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, to mention just three of the ASEAN countries, significant economic growth has been driven by economic integration, participation in regional and global value chains. Whether that's components trade for electronics, or whether it's business process outsourcing, again, connectivity infrastructure, whether physical infrastructure, data infrastructure is critical for that integration. And I think Asia provides many illustrations and examples for the long-lasting benefit of connectivity, integration, cross-border trade, and investment. But of course, Asia is not homogeneous at all and provides many, many more opportunities that have been untapped so far. So while, for example, economic integration within East Asia is quite strong, integration between South Asia and East Asia is rather weak. So even within Asia, there are plenty of opportunities to increase benefits from closer integration. So let me then turn to the institutional connectivity, because that touches in particular on the role of multilateral institutions. It is particularly the multilateral development banks that, because of their particular governance model, I think can provide the institutional support for regional and global integration. And I think we can do that. We can play an effective role because we can help provide comfort, help provide trust, and help provide mechanisms for dispute resolution, enforcement of regulation, better understanding of regulation and standards. Obviously, when investors make in large investments with a horizon of several decades in physical infrastructure assets, the reliability of the regulatory framework is critical. So here, multilateral development banks can provide critical support and trust, because it happens that the governments of the host countries are our shareholders, just like the governments of all our members. And it applies in the future to areas like digital privacy. It applies to cross-border investments, where we see, for example, interest from some of our members to be involved in the investments that Chinese companies make in their respective countries, to make sure that they have a trusted multilateral partner in the project on who they can rely for reliance on standards, environmental and social standards, governance standards, labor standards, and the like, so that there's increasing trust and reliance on internationally acceptable practices in cross-border investment. So these are all examples of how multilateral development banks can help with institutional connectivity, building trust, and providing the supportive environment for cross-border economic integration. Now, let me make a few last comments on our own institution, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. We have been founded just a little over 5 years ago with a single focus to help our members with investments in infrastructure and connectivity. So our mandate is exactly to promote the connectivity that we're talking about in this session. And this connectivity, as our articles of agreement say, in Asia and beyond. And beyond, of course, includes Latin America, and of course includes Brazil, which is now one of our full-fledged members of AIIB. And China initiated the AIIB in 2015, invited other countries. 57 countries joined as founding members. By now, we have 103 member countries. I think a tribute to the trust that has been built, that AIIB is truly a multilateral development bank that initiated by China, but is following international and standard governance of multilateralism, which means the voice and the interest of all members is protected. We have a firm legal foundation, the treaty that has founded AIIB, which ensures the rights of all member countries that cannot be dominated by any single member. We have $100 billion subscribed capital. We received the AAA rating from the international rating agencies. And we are trying to build on, but innovate on, the governance, finance, and business model that has evolved in institutions like the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Inter-American, the African Development Bank over the last 70 years. Of course, our membership is a little different. It reflects 21st century economic roles in Asia and the world. Our largest shareholders are in order China, India, Russia, Germany, Korea, just to give you a sense of the diversity. And we opened our doors in 2016, as I said, 5 years ago. We have invested since then $24 billion in infrastructure across Asia and a few non-Asian countries. We have a mission that is investing in infrastructure for tomorrow, that is infrastructure that is green, that supports our members in their ambitions to transition toward low carbon and no carbon energy and infrastructure systems. Infrastructure that connects countries and regions, that's of course the topic we're discussing here. Infrastructure that draws on the technological innovations and brings productivity gains to infrastructure, which is traditionally a sector that has been quite slow in adopting innovations, but we see that changing with new technologies in infrastructure, in energy, in urban development, and other areas. And we're trying to bring private capital into developing market infrastructure, which has been, of course, a big ambition, but with very little practical results so far. So we hope that, and we think that AIIB in its short 5-year history is, I think, a multilateral success story in times that were difficult for multilateralism. I think we've seen that here a new institution can be founded, the spirit of multilateralism embraced. and can thrive even at a time when not everyone is following multilateral thinking. As I said, we're delighted that Brazil is now a full member. We're considering our first investments in Brazil. We can invest in public and private sector projects, debt equity guarantees. In investments outside of Asia, we're looking in particular at connectivity with Asia. So whether there's infrastructure that would connect to trade and investment with Asia, or whether it's investment, for example, in carbon emission mitigation, which has a different connectivity with Asia, meaning carbon emissions reduced anywhere in the world benefit the rest of the world and therefore show the global connectivity of global public goods. So we very much look forward to Brazil capturing the opportunities of being a member of AIIB, and we look very much forward to investing in the Brazilian market and therefore helping Brazil and our other members increase connectivities like I discussed on physical infrastructure, physical connectivity, economic connectivity that raises the quality of life of the broad base of the population, and institutional connectivity that builds trust and collaboration between nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. von Amsberg. Well, connectivity is key for nowadays world. No man is an island anymore. No one is alone anymore. And the infrastructure, physical and digital connectivity is key to operate in this global village. We are here in this event thanks to this digital connectivity. I totally agree that market and economic integration is something that enable and empower entrepreneurs across the globe. But this integration must be sustainable and inclusive, as you mentioned. I like to go straight to our very good friend, Dr. Anil Kishora from IsDB. He is the face of the BRICS, the solid BRICS cooperation we have. Dr. Anil Kishora, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Gomes. And I would like to thank the organizers as well for letting me be part of this edition of Brazilian Development Forum. And Mr. Gomes just said, no man is an island. I think this book was published in early 17th century, 1620 or 1624, and the world has not changed in that context. It holds good even now. And as far as IsDB is concerned, we are an outcome of connections and collaboration. It's all about connections and resulting in collaboration. So BRICS, as we all know, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa joined hands, and then this bank was born in Brazil, in Fortaleza. So that's another, our birthplace happens to be there, although our workplace happens to be in Shanghai. And then we have extended our outreach through regional offices. So now, as far as Brazil is concerned, we are there in Brasilia and Sao Paulo. So that's about connections and connectivity and collaboration. It's about a little over 5 years ago, 2015, we became operational. So today I'm basically talking about the bank and what we have done in Brazil to give an idea to the Brazilian audience and who would be listening to the conversation today about what we do and what our plans are going forward. So IsDB was established in 2015, as I have already mentioned, and our mandate is very, very clear. The mandate is to mobilize resources for infrastructure and sustainable development. And we believe that infrastructure has to be sustainable. So sustainable infrastructure ultimately will lead to sustainable development. And we propose to do this in BRICS and other emerging market economies and developing countries. Our job, we do realize that the infrastructure gap in the world in the BRICS is huge, and no one MDB or no one single institution can fulfill that gap. So our articles of association clearly indicate that our job is to complement, work with other like-minded institutions and other development agencies and complement their existing efforts of multilateral and regional financial institutions for global growth and development. We all know BRICS accounts for close to 45% of the world's population. So no global development can take place, no achievement globally can happen unless BRICS countries make progress. So with that perspective, BRICS has been set up. It's a new type of development bank. So new relationships, non-prescriptive. We do not prescribe policy because we believe that countries or member countries know the best what is good for them. No conditionalities. So we again know that you are the owner and you would like to own your own development. We are also aware that our member countries have made very solid commitments under climate finance, climate change agenda, as also under SDG. So we are all in the same boat. And there is nothing that we need to do to force our member countries in a certain direction. They are moving in that direction. We just need to complement their efforts. It's a demand-driven institution. So we respond to the demand, and nothing could be a better evidence of that. Our recent COVID response, when we set up a $10 billion fast dispersing loans program for COVID response and recovery. No veto power, which is a hallmark of a new 21st century institution. All the members, 5 members, have same voting rights and same vision to pursue. We use country systems, which means we rely on what you have in your own country in terms of governance, environmental, social norms and standards. And as I said earlier, we believe that this is the best way to go about the climate change agenda and SDG agenda, because our member countries are equally committed to achieving these goals. Local currency financing is another area which we would like to ramp up, because we believe that infrastructure, especially by its very nature, the revenues are in local currency. And in case you have to pay off a foreign currency debt, it can lead to foreign exchange risks. So that's the focus area. Sustainability, that's enshrined in our Articles of Association. That is something committed to by our member countries as well. Fast, flexible, efficiency. So we have a very lean structure and processes that lead to quality outcomes without creating a huge bureaucracy here. And again, it's back to connections and collaborations, building and leveraging partnerships. And in this connection, for example, just to cite an instance, we have been working very closely with BNDES in Brazil. Could you move to the next slide, please? Yeah, so just give the audience and the participants an idea of the overview of NDB's operations. By December 2020, we had approved close to $25 billion for 68 projects. It's geographically well balanced. Brazil accounts for about 20% of our approved loan book. And by financing, as I mentioned, our focus is to develop the local currency lending as well. But as of now, it's about roughly, say, and if you include euro as well, so roughly 1/4 of our book. In terms of various sectors, we have funded clean energy, we have funded environmental efficiency. COVID, of course, is a major chunk because of this unfortunate pandemic which came up, and urban development. So the sectors, again, in line with our demand-driven approach, depending on what our member countries want, we have focused on these sectors. Next slide, please. There is some issue in movement, but doesn't matter. Let me go ahead. And in terms of what we have done in Brazil, especially once we got our regional office operational there, we have funded in certain very key areas, like one renewable energy project with a total installed capacity of 800 megawatt, 3 transport projects, which resulted in upgrading of 790 kilometers of roads, 2 urban development projects, environmental efficiency projects, which could curtail carbon and sulfur emissions. We have also done a social infrastructure financing in 28 schools there. Then we have 3 multi-theme projects with a number of sub-projects. So that gives a flavor of what we have done. And on the next slide, we talk about what we have, what are our plans for the future. And that's the concluding slide. We are saying, looking forward, that we do realize that all our member countries, including Brazil, will need more and more developmental financing. As my colleague from AIIB was mentioning, for that we have to mobilize private resources. So that's really important. And we'll join hands with Brazil, because we are today focusing on Brazilian development in terms of sustainable development goals and climate goals. As we all know, Brazil, supporting and nurturing Amazon, is one of the biggest producers of oxygen. And again, in terms of our collaboration with Brazil, we'll learn from Brazil in terms of innovation and knowledge in clean energy, biotechnology, etc., where there are strong leaders, and we'll continue to collaborate to deliver on our developmental agenda. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kishora. Knowledge and innovation is key to achieve our development goals. Without further delay, I would like to ask my good friend Francisco Gaetani to present his comments on all these very interesting presentations. Dr. Gaetani, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Gaetani. Well, I see. I'm realizing now that we are running out of time, and we'll have other very interesting panels in the following. I'd like to ask our panelists to comment and also to present their final remarks, to react to Gaetani's comments, and also to present their final remarks, starting with Dr. Khaled Sherif. Please, Dr. Khaled, your comments and final remarks on the issues we discussed today.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, really nothing much more to add, but I think to the points made by Dr. Gaetani, I think Africa is really the continent that is open for business, and I think the immense potential that Africa carries is really the investment opportunity of tomorrow. So I think if we were to look at Africa as a block of countries where the level of consumption is likely to grow sevenfold in the next 2 decades, the potential for exporting into Africa and the potential for opening up new markets is unparalleled across key parts of the continent. Similarly, there are the opportunities for working with African countries to partner with the private sector to further industrialize, to promote a new wave of exports is definitely the future. So through our Africa Investment Forum, we do have a platform for Brazilian investors to actually interface with the private sector across the 54 countries in the African continent, who present their ideas for how they'd like to promote their businesses. And I think maybe there could be a future opportunity for developing that partnership and cooperation with Brazil. And we will share information on the Africa Investment Forum with any of the participants that may be, especially on the private sector side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sherif. I'd like to ask Dr. Van Amsberg to comment and react to Gaetani's and other issues raised during this panel. Dr. Amsberg.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's the one single comment I want to pick up is Professor Gaetani's last remark on, if I understood it correctly, money not being the main constraint, but institutions' policies being the constraint to investment and development. And if that's what you were saying, I can only wholeheartedly agree with that. Rarely is simply the availability of money the constraint to investment. And almost always is the availability of well-prepared projects, a good policy framework, good regulation, good standards, what stands in the way. But I want to emphasize that the whole business model of the multilateral development banks, and I think that includes the 3 represented here, but also the other ones that are active, is all about using money to help countries or help project sponsors build better policies and better projects. Not by preaching, not by thinking that we know it right, but by allowing sponsors to use multilateral development financing to build into projects the standards, the institutional development that they want to pursue to create sustainable conditions for development. So as country-owned development banks, I think we are in a unique position to be used by our members to use the investment resources to build the institutional framework that they want to build for their own countries, because that development has to be profoundly based on each country's own vision, own leadership. But we are a tool for them as being banks that are owned by the member countries we invest in. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. von Amsberg. Finally, I would like to ask Dr. Kishora to react and to present the final remarks on the topics we discussed.
Thank you. I will take off where my colleague, my friend, VP Joachim ended. And I agree, it's the same question that Professor Gaetani raised regarding funding. And we all know that almost $17 trillion of money is either earning no interest or no interest. And US is zero interest territory, European bonds, German bonds, and money is flowing into the financial markets, but somehow is not getting into infrastructure. And the problem, in my view, is regulatory, the trading kind of approaches, and the short-sighted vision, etc., etc. And this is really important that this gets addressed, because as the world is undergoing aging, population is aging, we'll have a lot of pension liabilities. How do we meet that unless there is a positive cash flow? When we went to school, we learned that money has time value of money, and that's why you get some interest. The time value concept is completely negated. And I think that the multilateral development banks and others, we are trying to do what we can. We are trying to mobilize private resources, but there is a very strong role for the academia here and for the media. And the academia, and I would like to make that request, we need to highlight that how money has to serve the real economy. That message has to be reiterated again and again, and it has to be driven home that just trading on the stock exchanges is not enough. Please put your money in the real sector, and that's what will bring you real results. Otherwise, we are chasing chimeras, we are chasing imaginary assets which are of no real value. So that's where I will stop. And I think the academia, the economists, the thought leaders can do a lot about it by propagating that message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we are running out of time. I would like to thank everyone for this very thorough discussion. We discussed some key transformations on the global economy and how AFDB, AIIB, and NDB may help Brazil to seize the opportunities we have now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you, Gaetani, for the comments. And I will now hand over to Adalgisa. Thank you very much.
Very well. We have two questions from the audience. Maybe can I ask the questions? Only two questions. It is interesting. The participants are sending questions through our chat. The first question, and I'd like to ask you the way you'd like, is Africa, as Brazil has a large territory with countries such as Angola and Mozambique, they have high potential for forest maintenance projects. And how are development banks working in this area?
I'd be happy to answer that. So specifically, the African Development Bank is involved in obviously developing value chains in the forestry sector. So in these two countries, we are part of the provision of help the timber to higher levels of production. Obviously, Africa is a major export of timber to the world. The African continent is expanding in the areas of value addition. And we would be very happy to provide additional information on the activities which the African Development Bank is involved in, and for directing opportunities of interest in that sector in those two specific countries to the or
We have another question. Since education is the main variable in order to improve digitalization, how is the FDB and the African Union address this unblocking digitalization and the potential for integration and trade?
Again, I guess that directed at me. So this is a particularly important area, and so the African Union and Agenda 2063 obviously aims to enhance the level of literacy in the African quite considerably, and not just enhance the level of literacy on one end, but to ensure and promote digitalization on the other sphere, to promote important areas like lifelong learning, and create that infrastructure, the infrastructure necessary to promote linkages for the sharing of ideas, to promote trade using e-commerce platforms. But the situation for Africa is much more complex, because digitalization is absolutely key for our enterprises. But we actually also have a very large number of youth that need to have access to internet connections, that need to have access to the level of education to allow them to enter the digital world. So whether it be companies or individuals, the African Union has designed a suite of interventions with the objective of promoting digitalization at the individual level and at the corporate level. Back to you, Anil.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you very much to all participants in this panel. Would you like to add anything? Mr. Erivaldo.
Well, it's thank you very much for all comments, and sorry I skipped the Q&A. I'm very new on this digital event. I believe that we have a very fruitful discussion here. Unfortunately, the time is out, but I believe that Brazil has many opportunities ahead, and we need to take the chance and take all these opportunities for that we have now. Thank you very much for participating, and thank you all participants for very insightful comments and presentations. And I know that we will have a very also important discussions on Latin America opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the panel members, and we will now continue with the next, moving on to the next panel, which is also a regional panel. But before that, an important announcement. We have opened enrollments for the 8th edition of ABDE IDB Award of Papers on Development, in partnership with IDB and with the support of the Organization of Brazilian Cooperatives. The 2021 edition brings a novelty, the category Diversity, General Aspects and Challenges for Development. In addition, we will welcome papers on 2 other categories, Development of Debate and OCB System, Development and Cooperative and Credit Cooperativism. You can enroll until the 7th of July. We will continue with a panel on development and integration in Latin America with the following guests. As moderator, the General Secretary of the Latin American Association of Development Financial Institutions, Edgardo Alvarez, and our debaters are Jorge Arbache, Vice President of the Latin American Development Bank, CAF, Dante Mossi, President of the Central American Economic Integration Bank, Juan Notaro, President of Fonplata, and Juan Cuattromo, President of the Bank of the Province of Buenos Aires. So with the floor, the moderator, Edgardo Alvarez. Thank the Brazilian Development Association and for the honor of inviting and the honor and invitation to moderate this panel. We aimed at discussing the global economy and greater integration between countries in Latin America to address our development issues. It's a topic that draws our attention because we are an institution with a vision in common, confirmed by 86 countries in Latin America and Caribbean, and of course the regional financial organizations that have found a space for cooperation and integration. We recognize that these are difficult times, but also times of opportunity to deepen our ties and strengthen intra-regional development, especially in critical fields such as health. On this occasion, as already mentioned by Adalgisa, our panel members are great friends and representatives of important financial organizations and regional banks. So we have Jorge Arbache, Vice-President of CAF, Dante Mossi, President of the BCIE, Juan Cuattromo, President of BAPRO, and Juan Notaro, President of Fonplata. So we have covered the region, and I'd like to give the floor immediately to the first speaker, Cuattromo, President of the Bank of the Province of Buenos Aires. Juan? Hello. Can you hear me? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here in Buenos Aires. It's a clear morning, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel. Eduardo and all the others, Edgardo and all others, thank you. I have a brief presentation to share with you, and I'd like to explain how we have been addressing management issues, and this was mentioned in previous presentations, but the Bank of the Province of Buenos Aires is a public bank, and I have been leading the bank since 2019 with a range of strategic goals agreed with the governor of the province. And then the pandemic hit. So what is important for us is to highlight that even in difficult times, when it was necessary to create different mechanisms to adapt to difficult times, we did not change our goals and strategic challenges. So I will now share my screen. Here we are. We can see your presentation. Thank you. So, as I was saying, we began our management with a political decision to resume the role of inducer of economic and productive promotion and development in the region, which is an essential role that had been lost in previous years. And it was necessary to highlight assistance and support to productive sectors. Another challenge is financial inclusion, providing tools that will allow incorporating and expanding the reach of the system, the scope of the financial system. So through a very aggressive strategy of investment in technology, I will tell you about two successful cases last year. As I said, the challenges we had became doubly challenging in the framework of the pandemic. A brief note, a brief comment to provide some context. I don't know if you are all aware of the reality of the province of Buenos Aires. The province contributes with 40% of the GDP of the Argentine Republic. It is a center of production and with many small and micro companies. We identified more than 172 micro and small companies generating. Well, we understand that the assistance of the bank to these productive sectors plays a fundamental role in the creation of jobs. And so along 2020, so the political decision to place the bank at the service of productive sectors, as we can see last year, the balance of loans in the commercial sector grew 104%. And so in terms of growth, the total growth of the system, we have a growth of 80%, and in Argentina, inflation was 36%, but in real figures, assistance to productive activity was quite strong. And the key point in this response is a range of tools that were created by the national government and provincial government in order to offer assistance through different lines and different methods, outreach methods, with the deepening of the system of guarantees for micro and small companies, which is so important in times such as this. And we also implemented credits at 0 rates for freelance professionals and workers who were highly impacted by the crisis. So a range of tools developed by the government and by the bank, offering space for banks to support these financial activities and protect jobs. So the bank, the provincial bank, was a leader with expansion of credit and emphasizing small and medium companies. So we made a great effort, especially in agricultural and cattle raising and stock raising sectors, through financial lines for workers and providing assistance to a large number of companies in the province of Buenos Aires. As I mentioned previously, the key point necessary in the framework of restrictions imposed by the pandemic, as observed in the whole region and all around the world, with a limitation in the opening of businesses, with protocols, strict protocols for opening. And so this entailed many limitations. And in this context, in mid-2020, the bank launched an operation called e-check, a new means of payment, allowing companies to cash checks at the provincial bank. So we were the first, and this is a key point in Argentina. These operations entail transfer to the branches, and through investments. This is not the same as going physically to the branch and having a certain time. It's not the same as a digital operation, but of course this entailed respect for health protocols.
In this complicated time, such as 2020, in this complicated moment, and the second successful case is that was called DNI account, which is a digital portfolio through mobile phones, validating ID cards, so we can being clients of the bank, to be linked to the bank or create an account. And this is total financial inclusion process. As you can see in these numbers, this portfolio launched in April 2020, and it grew quite fastly. We have over 3 million users in the country, and in Buenos Aires, we have also strong growth in use. What we offer our clients is being able to use several services, mobile phone recharges, and all financial accounts or financial services. And it allows to incorporate over 3 million users in the financial system. After the pandemics, we had the Kife, an experience that was repeated in several countries, which we call emergency family revenue. These had to be paid very fast, and with the sanitary protocols in Buenos Aires, this happened. So we paid over large amounts without people needing to go to bank agencies so that they could be financially included. In order to conclude and being swift, in my presentation, what I would like to say is that in a year full of challenges that we had, with the vision of public bank emphasizing small companies, but also with the whole inclusion of the population of the Buenos Aires province. And even with the pandemic's challenges, we were able to do and to proceed with our goals. We are also able to provide several activities that are key for small companies, generating business rounds for international inclusion. And we have a platform called Vincular with several business rounds for partners to work and promote regional trade, showing our small companies in different areas of in Brazil and Uruguay, etc. And as a public bank, we offer capacity building to facilitate SMEs to carry out these international trade rounds. So we are a development bank with a technological presence and innovation in the productive sector. Thank you very much. And it is quite a lot that you have been able to do in this difficult year we are going through. So let's go to the Q&A session. We now would like to give the floor to Mr. Jorge Arbache, Vice-President of Latin America Development Bank, the CAF. You have the floor. Well, first of all, it is a pleasure being here with you in this brilliant panel. Thank you all for the invitation. I will answer 3 questions that were sent to me. so that I can organize my ideas. The first question was about measures implemented by CAF regarding value chain, infrastructure, and trade in the regional perspective. One of CAF's pillars is regional integration. We seek to support physical and non-physical infrastructure. We have several recent examples, such as bridges between Brazil and Paraguay, Brazil and Uruguay, an important network of transmission to Central America, also internet network in Central America, and submarine cables as well. And also we have capital markets in integration. This is also very important, especially for the private sector. We understand that supporting regional value chains involve long chain promotion, promoting interconnectivity and businesses, especially in urban areas where the most part of the population is in our region. It is good to remember that Latin America is a very urban region in the world, and this should be a critical factor in decision-making processes, especially when our banks evaluate projects. Ports, airports, roads, generation, energy generation, internet, they are factors that enable the integration of value chains. We also have promotion of SMEs, because SMEs are important parts of value chains that are solid and that can actually be part of the solution for job generation and sustainable economic growth. Second question, in terms of cooperation, how does CAF participate with institutions in other countries to foment cooperation and regional development? I'd say that CAF works with other institutions financing development, and also indirect institutions, including several national and subnational development banks at the regional level, at the national level in Brazil, and so many other banks and institutions in the country. But we also work in partnerships with private banks, investment banks, fintechs. And we believe these are efficient paths to promote the private sector and also to promote value chains in the region. The third question is about the changes that we observe and that are affecting the topic of value chains, especially in the with a post-pandemic glance. Well, we see a regionalization of value chains throughout the world, not only here in our hemisphere. And this has been facilitated by the popularization of technologies, political issues such as protectionism, and we have security in supply of inputs. We also see environmental topics and so many others, bringing to our region opportunities and challenges. Opportunities because this regionalization will be a drive for our region to improve topics that are in the interest of regional areas, because cheap labor is no longer important for investment geographies. And trade agreements and preferences, such as we have seen in the recent in Asia, this could bring important factors or important impact to our regions too. So we want to explore the opportunities and to see in this process of changing value chains from global to regional, a unique opportunity for the region to identify the spaces and work with partners that are ideal and adequate in order to make this maybe an important opportunity to promote integration and economic development in our region. Thank you.
Thank you. It's true. What CAFI is doing is very important towards the integration of our region. And so now we will give the floor to my friend Dante. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you, sharing this session and conveying a message of solidarity of the Central American Economic Integration Bank. We are all working, I hope you are all working safely, and my intervention I'll start by saying that on the 12th of March, 2020, a meeting was held to discuss, a presidential meeting was held to discuss the COVID crisis. At the time, I innocently thought that the tragedy was actually being inflated, but it was a good opportunity to work with all the presidents and to agree on a work plan to address what we felt was going to be life-changing. And so we approved a first assistance package for our countries, which included the purchase from Korea of COVID tests for all our member countries, also financing to help private sector companies, especially small companies, to help them survive during the months of lockdown during the pandemic. So we also supported the public sector in extraordinary actions and to compensate for losses of revenue losses. And so also in Central America, in addition to COVID, we also were hit by 2 hurricanes as a consequence of climate change. And so one hurricane hit and 2 weeks later, another hurricane. And so in this crisis, it's important to mention that the damages were not affected many islands as well. And so this means that working as an economic integration bank, we provided a $1 billion program. We actually need $15 billion in the next few years to transform the industries in Central America. We've been talking to the president of so they can understand that presidents are worried about debts from external loans, and so all countries will be more open to the private sector. And so the PSE BCIE is ready to provide support through this financing. One of the secrets that development banks know very well is that we rely on a fund for preparation of first-level projects. We've already had support from friendly countries in Central America, and I'd also like to say that Taiwan, Korea, European Union, US also answered our call, contributing with resources to these project preparation funds. They promptly signed agreements for mitigation of climate changes and projects in this area. So how do we prepare governments not only to make investments, necessary investments, but also how can this be done in a context of high indebtedness? The BCIE has been sharing ideas and concepts between countries, among countries, and I'd like to mention the Monte Grande company in the Dominican Republic. It's working on in a very dry area and building dams for management of water resources and supply of water for irrigation during the dry season. And so the best technology is used to solve the problems. And we are also working to activate railway lines in Central America. We haven't seen trains in Central America in the past 150 years, and so we need partners to support us in this industrial development because we are investing in railways that have been completely destroyed by heavy loads, and luckily trade has been an important driver in this aspect. And so this in March, the 8 presidents that attended the meeting highlighted 2 elements. One, closing borders. The second element, and they asked the bank to cooperate, was that in addition to interrupting flights and also, but they requested the maintenance of cargo transportation. And so Central America decided at the time, or actually one day before the meeting, it was decided that trade should not be interrupted. And that's an important element for the Central American region because our second partner remained active and proactive during the pandemic. Today, well, now we have started working also with a vaccination package. We've been talking with the pharmaceutical companies that didn't want to deal with development bank, but rather with countries. But we made our proposal of $58 million in financing, financed by thematic bonds, as we call them, from the Asian market, and the rates lower than 2% for 20 years of grace. And so that gave an opportunity to each country in Central America. And in the Dominican Republic, they were able to purchase vaccines without being restricted in terms of funds for vaccination, for vaccine purchase. And so they were able to purchase vaccines for their population. So what are we thinking of in terms of the future? We will have a meeting of presidents in June this year, and the agenda the previous agenda continues. It's what we call industrial revolution in Central America, with the introduction of trains and connectivity of Central America with the Caribbean, emphasis on renewable energy, electricity, etc. And so these are not new issues, but they are new in terms of Central America, for Central America. And we want to address this with resources. And we would like to invite investors to come and invest in Central America. We are learning a lot from our international partners. We'd like to thank Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, which have been innovating a lot in this crisis and have been sharing lessons with our bank. And we are very pleased that many issues of Central America were actually shared, or actually we learned from Argentina and its health system. And so in Nicaragua, for instance, we have examples of projects to tackle COVID-19 in penitentiaries. And so I am very proud to say that part of the region, we aim to integrate countries as well as integrate with Taiwan, Spain, Korea, with completely different time zones, almost 12 years difference, but they are still partners of the BCIE, contributing with valuable capital and knowledge of how to manage and not to manage. And this is very useful for each of our member countries. So I'd like to thank this forum. I love to hear the ideas and innovations, and the bank was able to capitalize itself during the crisis.
El reto ahora es cómo expandemos el mercado centroamericano.
And the challenge now is how to expand Central American markets in Mercosur, using a strategic partner such as Argentina to integrate us even further. Once again, I'd like to thank for the opportunity. Thank you, Brazil. It is a country I very much appreciate, and have a good morning and be safe. Thank you. It is amazing what you have done, and we are going to comment the major accomplishments that are going through thanks to the integration in the region, in the whole of Latin America. So I give the floor to Dr. Notaro, Executive Director of Fonplata, Mr. Juan Notaro. Please.
Juan Notaro, tienes la palabra.
Perdón, discúlpeme que no había puesto el micrófono. Ahora sí está bien.
I'm sorry, my microphone was mute. It's all fine now. Thank you all for the invitation. Thanks for this great panel. It's great to share this panel with you, and it is also great to hear what you have presented. I'd like to salute the Brazilian initiative and the invitation by my colleague Sergio Guzmão, and thank for the organization of this forum. ABDE has always had relevant roles in the development of countries in Latin America, and this has even grown in the last years. It is a very positive moment for us to meet here at ABDE's event, a very important event for us to strengthen strategic alliances and to exchange experiences, especially in this scenario of pandemics that we are going through. And especially now during the pandemics, and that is going much longer than we expected and anticipated. So As regards Fonplata, as you know, the strategic niche of our bank is projects between 100 and 300 million reals, prioritizing border areas affecting more than one country, and also small and medium-sized cities, looking at the stabilization of regional economies inside the global economy. Loan portfolios have grown in the last years, and especially because after 2012, we have had unique experience in specific topics such as border and small and medium-sized cities. From the very beginning of the pandemics, we have observed unprecedented decline in the levels of production and employment in our member countries. Many of them already facing difficulties before the pandemics to maintain employment levels. And the progress of the recent years, all these have worsened, and the support of countries such as ours is essential for economic recovery. In this sense, to that effect, both for urgencies and those related to the pandemics, institutions such as ours play an important role in several areas. We continue our support related to regional integration, infrastructure, sustainability, and also production. And we emphasize and prioritize a lot, reinforcing actions that allow sectors and groups that are more vulnerable, especially small and medium companies, rural companies, activities that promote employment, women, those that were the most affected in terms of jobs in the recent months. We have made progress with some projects using mechanisms promoting women's jobs and employment in Argentina especially, and we had public works projects in 20 municipalities promoting participation of small companies and with gender promotion, gender equality promotion. In Bolivia, we have a third program called Urban Infrastructure and Job Generation, and the teams participating in upgrades and construction and maintenance of roads and squares, etc. All these projects should include at least 50% women among staff.
Bueno, para referirnos a Brasil, en Brasil tenemos proyectos que...
Well, as regards Brazil, we have projects that align several sectors of urban intervention, especially with small and medium-sized cities in Brazil. And these interventions are aimed at improving quality of life of populations in transportation, green areas, cycling paths, and also job generation and opportunities for more vulnerable populations. In some cities that are highlighted are cities such as Itajaí, Sorocaba, in São Paulo, São Gonçalo in Rio Grande do Norte, Vila Velha in Espírito Santo. As you can observe, we work across the country in Brazil. In addition, Fonplata has a new financing line without the need, beg your pardon, aimed at credit for small and medium-sized companies or investment projects in municipalities. The criteria are very agile and costs that are reduced. In Brazil, we identify and negotiating several operations with different financial operations, and one icon finance aimed at municipalities was the one in 2020 given to the Minas Gerais Bank, BMG. This work, together with the National Bank for Development, is very important to us, taking into account that these banks have major knowledge of these cities and the populations, and they are excellent partners to bring efficacy and effectiveness to the projects, as well as sharing and implementing best practices for sustainable development, which is a concern that we have in our bank. For Fonplata, this implementation of partnerships is extremely important, as well as increasing participation ever more. So we understand that ABDE can be a major strategic partner for us to work with. The emergency of the moment, the harsh reality we face, urges us to dialogue and join efforts. I hope that in this forum we can have more opportunities to continue creating the future with our partnerships. Thank you. Thank you, Dante. Very interesting, your comments regarding everything that is being done. The last presidential meeting that I had was last year, in March, last year. A meeting in Montevideo organized by Fonplata. It was the last face-to-face meeting that I had, and I hope that soon we will be able to hold face-to-face meetings again, which are so important to deepen our ties. I'd like to make some comments on what was shared by the panel members. First, Juan brought some important key data reflecting the contra-cyclic role of the bank. And Juan, this was possible through the Fonpina program, with an increase of the portfolio allocated to the productive sector. And this was done in support of small companies and small and medium companies, with support of the Argentine government and allowing for support to the productive sector. And so in this context, financial entities that did not adapt technologically suffered a lot. And
we see that this has been overcome successfully by BRAPA. And there was the implementation of what was called the digital portfolios with more than 3 million users and 36 million transactions. So it's quite significant, as well as the e-check, which facilitates and allows people to do their transactions electronically on their computers or devices. And so this helps a lot. And this decreases the burden for banks and facilitates access to the e-checks. And so this is very important, a key aspect that I wanted to mention. From Jorge's presentation from CAFE, one of the pillars is infrastructure, and regional integration is done through infrastructure, and thus support is given to interconnectivity to facilitate businesses, because without connectivity, what business can be done? Also mentioned coordination with other regional and national financial institutions, as well as extra-national institutions, contributing to mobilize and attract resources to the region. He also mentioned changes that affect value chains, a product of the crisis. We saw many complaints regarding delays in supply to countries, especially of products from Asia, and also deadlines, some complaints regarding deadlines, and so, or time frames. And so national production is prioritized as a result, as well as regional production. This is a big opportunity for our region, bringing about opportunities and challenges for financial markets and also the health sector. Regarding Dante's presentation, I'm very pleased to see the integration, how integration is being conducted in Central America, with a coordination, with a sharing of experiences, because in our region, it's important to conduct actions, and entities from other countries should be able to draw on these experiences, as in the example of the penitentiaries. We all need to contribute, and we all have a lot to learn and a lot to do. And so help offered to governments for the financing of materials and allowing for the purchase of vaccines, that's something that on a different occasion would have been very difficult to achieve. He also mentioned the double crisis and also the hurricanes. Our region is hit by all these natural disasters, but the most important thing is the people. The population is our main asset. We are very resilient societies. We have resilient societies. Likewise, there's a concern over social expenditures and also the issue of how to look at these solutions and pursue solutions through promotion of private investments for the financing of projects. Also mentioned wonderful projects that I hope will be materialized, such as electric trains, for instance. Taking goods, transporting goods. Well, borders were closed, but transit was not closed. And the main commercial partner of Central America are Central Americans. And so this is something that in Latin America, in the South, we need to learn by looking at how this was addressed in Central America. Regarding comments by Juan focused on the development bank and focus on small and medium-sized border cities, which is important for the integration of economies globally. They are supporting economic recovery in such a way that countries can sustain national economies and companies and families without losing advances achieved in reduction of poverty and promotion of jobs. So it's fair that the most needy affected by the crisis should be contemplated. It's only fair. And so Fonplata is promoting urban infrastructure, promoting jobs, especially among women. So there is an important focus on women and also a focus on job generation and support to municipal governments. And so we see that integration includes not only
debe ser uno a todas las personas, no solo a personas, sino a municipios.
Not only including all people, but the municipalities, the territories, and very often municipalities and local governments don't rely on financial support. They depend only on their own resources, and that's why it's important for institutions to help promote financial integration of municipalities and local governments, recognizing that this situation is critical, so they need partnerships to add efforts and have greater impact on affected sectors. That's a quick summary of what was discussed by our colleagues, and now I will give the floor, allowing 1 to 2 minutes for each to share their final thoughts and final message. I don't think we will have time, not sure we will have time for questions. So 2 minutes to each one of you for your final thoughts. Juan. Very quickly, in conclusion, I'd like to highlight the interesting aspect of sharing of experiences. We are banks of different sizes with different specialities and focuses, but we've had cross-cutting elements and also the importance of financing of infrastructure projects and the role of industrialization in promoting and sustaining growth processes to provide better quality of life to the population. Also mentioned here gender issues and the pandemic, and this forces us to analyze this because the impact is unequal, especially affecting women, who within our organizations generally suffer discrimination. And this is something that we are working very actively in order to address this problem.
Because we have to do things for society internally as well. Here we are women, well, we are all men here, for example. There are no women, and there are also challenges. We have a project here in Buenos Aires to produce anti-COVID vaccines, and as a public bank and as the bank of the province, we got in touch with the company to finance and follow up, so they have financing in the capital sector, so that they can also be part with the specific needs of productive sector. This takes place through dialogue, and it is a key. As a public bank, we need to activate the development engines in the country. So all this is part of our agenda constantly. So be safe in this moment, and thank you. Thank you, Juan. We agree with you. And let's continue with Jorge. You have some moments at the end, so you can have some time for your closing remarks. Well, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to participate in such an important panel. It was great to hear my colleagues here, the proposals, the purpose, the action as it creates complementarities and also synergy. I also would like to share with you that CAF has dedicated major efforts last year to support our countries and the private sector because of the pandemics. We approved $4 billion and we disbursed almost 11 billion. It was record. And as part of this effort, we have a line of $1.6 billion to support national and subnational development banks, especially regarding programs to recover from the pandemics. Of course, all of us are working in this area, all the banks present here, but our perception is that we require an even greater effort in the post-pandemic moment or period, when what we see in terms of increase in distances with which we relate regarding the use of technologies and innovation. Not only in our region, we face very serious COVID-19 pandemics, but also a pandemics of productivity and competitiveness. And to that effect, it is essential to identify programs and projects that have implications that are profound in their economies. This is a purpose and a space that is very important for development banks, identifying areas where we need to develop markets, and also the participation of development banks in order to encourage sectors and projects that have impacts that are greater than expected to support this recovery. In this sense, I'd like to highlight something very important to us in the private sector area, which is strong support to SMEs. Not only because they are the majority of the companies in our region, but more than that, it is impossible to imagine sustained and sustainable growth to our region without being convinced that we need to generate jobs with some quality in cities where most of our populations reside. And small and medium-sized companies can help a lot in that. And the major purpose of economic development is not generating wealth, but harmony, peace, and political stability. This is only possible with the generation of jobs, of employment, of quality. So we need to support investment, safe trade environments, since employment is essential for economic development. This is a drive for us here in CAFE. So working with governments or private sector, with our allies, many of them are here today, other banks, and they are critical, essential, and most adequate for us to achieve our goal. Thanks again to all. It was I'm very pleased to participate in this panel. So I know you have a meeting and you only have 1 minute to say goodbye. Well, thank you very much for this meeting. We are supporting the whole region in Central America, but also something that I'd like to touch upon is even though we have support to infrastructure, but support to the human sector, it has been quite precarious. So we need to use financing to support education. This is not our end area, but we are not going to be able to grow as a region if we do not support the future. Thank you very much. I heard wonderful ideas. Thank you all very much. Have a good day. Now, João. Our coordinators tell us we have no more time. But I will be very brief. I just would like to say that the meaning for our countries to leave the economic effects of the pandemics is extremely important, and we have been able to improve several of our figures in the region, poverty, etc., and this has a major impact. We will need important resources to recover and resume growth in different countries. And to that effect, the role of our banks is very important. But even if all resources are supplied alone, this is not going to do everything. So the message is that we work together and jointly. We have partnerships and with several institutions such as CAF and others, and we also work in several working areas with common financing at times, and we want to be innovative in the response to our countries and also working together. And therefore, incorporating the networks of development banks in our countries, which are also areas in which we can have greater impact in order to reach development that is whole in the region. So this is it. It was a pleasure being with all of you and sharing this panel. See you. soon. Thank you.
I'd like to say that thank you. I'd like to say thank you and make a comment that we must leave no one behind. A development bank needs to pursue this. And I'd like to invite you to our assembly on the 25th of May. We are going to address digital inclusion and financial inclusion of women, and also let us recover our economies post-pandemic. Thank you for your time and sharing your experiences. And we will hope to see you in our assembly. Thank you. We are very honored with the presentations of this panel. So on behalf of ABDE and the National Development System, and also on our audience, we would like to thank you. Let's move on with our program.
Muito bem, vamos então ao próximo painel.
So we will move on to the next panel, whose theme is Challenges for Global Development, Future Agendas. As moderator, the director of FINEP, Financer of Studies and Projects, André Godoy. As debaters, the coordinator of the Vision 2030 report of Embrapa, Edson Luiz Bolfi. Morgan Doyle, representative of the IDB in Brazil, also representative in Brazil of the International Financial Corporation, Carlos Pinto, and Uzi Sheffer, CEO of the Corporate Open Innovation Entrepreneurship Building Tech Ecosystems. Our commentators are Nelson de Souza, President of Desenvolve São Paulo, and André Vilaverde, President of Agi Rio. With the floor, the moderator, André Godoy. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to some of you. First, I'd like to thank the audience for joining us, and then also the panel members and the commentators from ABDE, the organizers of the event, and President Sergio Schodowski, President of the institution of the ABDE. I should first point out that this is an extremely relevant topic. The role of science and technology in global development, especially in face of the changes that we were already facing, but then crises such as the pandemic accelerate processes that were already underway, and in a certain way provides further impulse and drive for change. And so the idea is to address several sectors of the economy, and we would like to discuss how this process affects our everyday lives. And so I'd like to welcome Edson Bolfi, who will talk about how this process impacts the agro sector. He represents the Embrapa, and also he's coordinator of the report Vision 2030. He will talk about open innovation. Sheffer will talk about open innovation and how this affects so many different sectors. Carlos Pinto, country manager of IFC and member of the World Bank Group, to talk about challenges and opportunities and how the institution can support and be an ally of the country. And Morgan Doyle, representing the IDB, who will talk about financial system and how this can support countries, especially Brazil. And our commentators, Nelson de Souza, president of Desenvolve São Paulo, a financial institution of the government of the state of São Paulo, and André Vilaverde, president of the development agency of Rio, AGE Rio, the main development institution of the government of the state of Rio de Janeiro. I'd like to ask you to pay attention to the time allocated, 10 minutes to each speaker, and commentators will have 5 minutes each for their comments, and then we will return to the panel members who will have 2 minutes at the end for final considerations. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Edson for his presentation. Good morning. First, I'd like to thank ABDE for the invitation to participate in such an important forum. It's a joy to meet my colleagues. I'd like to show you some slides which contain some figures, and I will try to limit myself to 10 minutes. I will share my screen.
Okay.
Can you see the screen?
Está ok? Está compartilhado? Alguém pode...
Can you see? Can someone let me know? Yes. So the idea is to present the results of a study we conducted regarding 2030, and with a stronger focus on digital agriculture, the 4.0 agriculture, and how important it is in the context of national and global development that is more sustainable and sustained. Basically, I coordinated this process between 2015 and 2018. We have a system called AgroPensa for strategic analysis and planning of Embrapa. And this system involves not only Embrapa units, it's 46 units, but also national and international partners and analysis of studies, scenarios, and models, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and other ministries involved in technological development, generate documents and analyses. So the last document generated is Vision 2030. It is currently being reviewed by another colleague. The document relied on more than 300 national and international collaborators. Just to give you some context within the logic of global growth of population for the next few years, but specifically emphasizing growth of demand in the food sector. So an increase of 35% in relation to 2015, which is a huge challenge for all countries. Highlighting Brazilian production, we have a production of grain of around 250, 270 tons, million tons, and in meat around 28 million and fruit 43 million tons. This represents approximately 22% of Brazilian GDP.
31% of the labor force and approximately 43% of exports. Brazilian exports are around 150 countries, feeding approximately 1 billion people. A bit more than 10% of the world's population is linked somehow with the Brazilian agriculture. When we talk about land use, there are some misunderstandings. These are figures of 2019. We have 61.5% of its territory covered by forests, and we also have non-forest natural coverage in 5.9%. So it's native cover. The agriculture and livestock raising, we have 30% coverage. Most of them are covered by agriculture. And here we can see the evolution of grain production, fruit and others. And this brown line goes from 1978 until recently in terms of planted area of grains in Brazil. It grew from 36 million hectares to 65, almost 66 million hectares in this period. As for grain production, we went from 38 million tons to 257 million tons. So we are forecasting 270 million tons for this year. So we focused on increasing productivity. These are some factors that intensified Brazilian productivity. Environmental issues, climate, soils, public policies of different governments or administration, entrepreneurship in chains, rural producers and agro-industries, and a specific factor is technology. Technology responds for 45% of this growth in the period. In the last years, it has responded over 60%. Analyzing scenarios, we work with megatrends, I beg your pardon. We have 7 for 2030, starting with socioeconomic change, sustainability, climate change, technological convergence, protagonism of consumers, adding value. And these megatrends were elaborated within a logic for the strategic planning of the company for a few years. The first megatrend is intensification and sustainability of productive systems. And here, what we need is sustainable expansion and systemic expansion of agriculture, greater preservation of natural resources, growth of specialized agricultural production, environmental compliance and agro and environmental services of rural properties, the reduction of food waste, growing influence of international agreements and regulatory frameworks, and expansion of incentives to productive diversity for all size production or producers. So we focus on the 2030, both for large producers, around 8,000 hectares, the size of this project, and also small producers, as you can see here on the right, 2 hectares, etc., 3 sectors. So this logic aims to reach both worlds, large ones, large producers, and small producers. So we aim to cover all sectors. Now, talking about the 4.0 agriculture or digital agriculture, what we look for is new institutional arrangements and innovation ecosystems, intense digital transformation, IoT, automation, robotization, and other contexts where we look for an association of traditional knowledge of rural producers with new technologies, IT, etc. Today, we are linked, but there is some confusion between the past and the future. So we want to fill in this gap through different areas such as technology transfer, etc. The question is how to produce more with less. So producing more food with less inputs. So we modeled some digital technologies such as softwares, apps, blockchain, encryption, AI, digital platforms, remote sensing, etc. Automation, robotics, IoT, cloud computing, social media, information systems, big data, 3D printing, machine learning, satellites, telemetry, and GPS. Based on this logic, we can model some benefits inside the links. We have this logic of input manufacturers in order to optimize natural resources, disruptive solutions, new markets, quality and safety. And in the farm, the idea is greater agricultural productivity, sustainability, new opportunities, decision-making, and rural succession, so that youth stay in rural areas. Then we have processors, we have planning, etc., adding value, reducing loss, until we get to final consumers. And we can only value what we know. So urban consumers are able to know the rural areas more because of all the technologies available. So we have more transparency, engagement, etc. Here is to highlight inside the main strategic goals, in the 2030 agenda, we can see some examples of applications in the digital agriculture or 4.0 agriculture. Different sectors, from the use of land, fishing, sales, trade, communication, information. And today we are able to evaluate, and we evaluate a little bit more the profile of Brazil. Last year we had a survey with over 1,000 participants, with producers, startups. 84% of producers in the survey had at least one digital technology in their productive process. These are the main ones: internet, in rural properties, and we can see 70% of these producers have internet, and we have sensors, 16%, we have other details. We also have 95% of these producers would like to have more information about digital agriculture, especially in the perspective that you're able to produce more with less, more food with less use of inputs and human and natural resources. These are some publications. We have this survey published in all these publications in FAPESP, in Globo Rural, Agroanalysis by the Getúlio Vargas Foundation. And with this, I will conclude, leaving this link where we aim to analyze the logic of 2030 of the SDGs, focusing on the future of Brazilian agriculture. I am at your service if you need anything, and I'd like to thank once again for the invitation. I am here if you'd like to ask questions. Okay, thank you, Edson, for your presentation. Important scenario of the agricultural area and the impact of technologies in our productivity. And I will give the floor now to Uzi Scheffer for his presentation. Uzi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andre. And I would like to share a presentation as well. So I'm sharing my screen now. And if you can give me an indication. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Okay, so my name is Uzi Scheffer. I'm the CEO of SOSA. We are a global open innovation company. Very briefly, our business is about working with large organizations and governments and bringing technologies to the market up to implementations. So we support companies with resilience and growth. And by doing that, we contribute to the economic growth of the regions and countries that we work with. Just a few logos here out of the few dozens of organizations we work with. So we have a partnership with CNI. I will speak about it a word. I think it's a very important one and a very good case study of what can be done. The Australian government for the 5th year, Insulab Germany, City of New York, the Basque Country, and then corporates such as, we have a few areas of expertise. So in financial services, corporates such as Swiss Re and Tokyo Marine Holding, which is the largest Japanese insurer, and Royal Bank of Canada, and industrial sector companies such as Schneider Electric, and so on. With CNI, a year ago, we launched a strategic partnership with CNI. You can see here the launch event with the president of CNI and Gianna Sagacio, director of innovation. And in 2 words, the goal of this partnership is really to bring the Brazilian industry one step closer to leading global technologies in order to help Brazilian companies not only survive, but compete, grow, and succeed on a global level. And we are very happy now, a few months into this partnership. We have 2 important projects going on, one with Natura and the other one with Klabin. And these are important names and important companies in Brazil. So in this short presentation, I will share with you findings from the CNI SOSA report that we have compiled a few months ago. And the name of the, so obviously in this very short presentation, I will focus on industry. Of course, we can speak about financial services and banks and so on. And agriculture, I saw the great presentation. Agriculture also has supply chain and logistics that contribute to the efficiency. So things get connected in innovation. But this report was compiled for the industrial sector. And the name of the report is Industry 4.0 COVID-19 Mode. But in fact, what we saw in the past year is that COVID didn't bring completely new trends or technologies that no one thought about, but rather accelerated the adoption process that was already there. And in this slide, you can basically see the entire report. And we broke it down into 4 verticals: infection prevention, automation and optimization, supply chain, and operational resilience. And then we further broke down the verticals into sub-verticals, and then brought specific technologies and technology companies that can help companies, corporations, manufacturers, industrial companies cope in all these sub-verticals. Everything we do is very practical, so also when we compile a report, it will always have practical information on what can you do tomorrow morning with technologies that are ready to go to the market and perhaps already working in Latin America and in Brazil. So very briefly, just to give you an idea of the findings of the report and what is going on in this space. So infection and prevention, first one, because there is, due to COVID, a very slim margin of errors. So one confirmed COVID case can shut down an entire factory. So the corporate survival is directly linked to the health and well-being of all workers. And new systems and technologies need to be adopted to ensure that workers stay healthy with a minimum interruption to the ongoing operations. And there are actually technologies and solutions that can do both. They can protect the workers and increase productivity. And if we just take one example here under mass marketing, we see a company named AnyVision. So AnyVision, they have an advanced image processing technologies that can streamline access control completely touchless. So no need to compromise on speed and efficiency if you implement the right technology. If we look at automation and optimization, so these include companies that enable industrial operations to run autonomously and efficiently. They serve clients with edge AI, autonomous inspections, additive manufacturing, analytics, and industrial robotics. And if we take just one example in this short presentation, so one fascinating company is XJet. It is listed here under additive manufacturing. They employ more than 100 specialists. They have numerous PhDs, hundreds of patents, and this company is creating 3D printers that are designed to produce metal and ceramic parts for mass production applications. This is actually one of the leading companies in the additive manufacturing arena. So implementing such kind of solutions helps build more resilient operations while lowering the dependency on global trade by enabling companies to solve immediate crucial shortages in-house. Optimization analytics tools such as Sisense, for example, here, they represent a completely different approach. So this is a solution which is purely based on software. So in many senses, much easier and faster to implement. If we look at supply chain, and just speak about it for a few minutes, then supply chain across the globe were obviously disrupted by the pandemic, starting with supply and demand shocks, followed by the inability to transport goods and leading to shortages in almost every sector, from supermarkets to construction sites and so on. And companies offering advanced AI software solutions were the ones that were able to help very quickly mitigate these disruptions and help companies leverage their existing data sets to deal with new changes. So based on analysis on their own data, companies can very easily optimize and predict more accurately every fraction of their supply chain and also learn the new consumer behavior. And I think that I'm just opening a topic, but I won't touch it too much, but I think that learning the new consumer behavior is key and a key trend in almost every sector. We see it in the financial sector, we see it in insurance. We know that the pandemic has changed very dramatically the consumer behavior, habits, and lifestyle. And this has implications on all industries. And of course, when you look at industry and logistics, so consumers today are expecting fast and efficient deliveries from nearly every supplier. And these are B2C consumers, but B2B consumers as well. Another company here named Fabric, under last mile delivery. Fabric has developed micro-fulfillment warehouses that can be assembled in the center of urban jungles. So bringing companies closer to their customers. And fourth is operational resilience. So, if there is something that all of us have learned that the pandemic has made very clear is that the resilience of operations and business continuity cannot be taken for granted. And we find this topic of operational resilience as a very important one, and it relates to the necessity of robust safety measures to protect both digital and physical assets. A recent Interpol assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on cybercrime has shown a significant target shift from individuals and small businesses to major corporations, governments, and critical infrastructures. So with organizations rapidly deploying remote systems and connecting connectivity solutions, criminals are taking advantage, and they generate profits and cause disruption through that. So a company, just one example here, but there are numerous examples. But if we look at industrial cybersecurity, so Shield IoT is an early stage startup that developed an end-to-end solution enabling the security and management of large IoT fleets. So that's really an overview, and I invite you. You can also ask for the report or download it. I can send it to you and read through it. There is an explanation about every trend, every subsector, and every technology, and that was a brief overview on that. I wanted to complete this overview with a very brief and short overview with perhaps a financial aspect of what we see in the Industry 4.0 startups and technologies. So what you see here are investments in industry-related private companies in the US from 2017 to 2020 and Q1 of 2021. The data is from PitchBook. And interesting to see that in 2020, funding was actually on the rise in VC-backed and private equity-backed, but we see the corporate-backed funding, so the CVCs, we see them declining, which I think it makes sense. We can understand that. VC funding was on the rise from $27 billion to $33 billion. Corporate investment decreased 50% from $100 billion to $50 billion in 2020. In Q1 2021, we still see a very strong and even stronger VC investment trend, higher pace than 2020, $19 billion only in Q1 2021. So in general, we can say that this trend and the space keeps growing. I think we can all assume or understand why that the private sector and industrial companies invested less during 2020, but we also see the beginning of a correction there as well. So to conclude, I assume that everybody agrees that implementation of innovative solutions is not a nice to have, but today this is the key to help industries compete and grow. I think that one of the points here is that this is very easy to say, but it is very difficult to execute. And I know it because this is what we do as a business, and this is what we do with companies on an ongoing basis. It is primarily the task of the private sector, but the public sector can definitely play an important role in helping companies access, implement, and fund activities. And I think that the partnership and the operation that we are running now with CNI is a beautiful example on how to work together and help the private sector access all that. So thank you again for having me today at the panel, and I look forward to our discussion.
Muito obrigado, José. Agradeço a apresentação.
Thank you, Jose, for the presentation. You showed us important panorama of how technologies can be applied, produced and applied. Thank you for. I now give the floor to Morgan Doyle, representative of the Interamerican Bank, Development Bank, AIIB in Brazil. Morgan. Morgan, you have the floor. Thank you, Andrea. Good morning to all my colleagues here in this panel and all of you who are with us in this debate promoted by ABDE. Thank you for the invitation to participate. Thank you, Sergio Guzmán. And also, I'd like to reinforce that ABDE is a historical partner for AIIB. Well, the challenges we face are multifaceted and require collaboration. We have drastic consequences of this sanitary crisis, the economic crisis, and we also have the burden of structural burdens and problems that are exaggerated by the pandemics, especially here in our region. Over 20 million people in the region went into the poverty line last year, and the per capita income will not recover the pre-pandemic levels for several years. AIIB and the cooperation community has joined this effort. AIIB approved $14 billion to mitigate these effects. We also work with the private sector. Through it, in addition to the BID lab, we were able to leverage another $9 billion. So in total, for Brazil, $3.7 billion. But definitely, and the message I'd like to convey today is that we can and need to do more. The world is not safe until the virus is controlled globally and not locally. Until we have a local solution that is also sustainable. And countries need to join, and they cannot lose growth. The transforming trends that have been commented by my colleagues here are essential for us to leave this crisis. We have talked about the digital revolution, the recognition of climate change, financial liquidity, and returns, regional and global value chains. These are trends we need to look at and enjoy and actually tap on in order to leave this situation. We have to generate knowledge, but inclusive knowledge, inclusive development, in order for all to participate in wealth generation. This requires a dynamic public sector, requiring a green fiscal policy, the green recovery, looking at not only mitigating climate impact, but to create a productive structure that leads countries to growth and recovery. We will need to rethink the systems of social protection, including requalification of people and capacity building, the upskilling, especially youth. In addition, we need to have concrete approach to diversity. We need to look at specific challenges that affect segments of population in terms of all sides of life, such as gender and race and etc., so that people can actually make use of their full talent. So AIIB developed its strategy focusing on sustainable growth for the region, reactivating productive system, promoting integration, support to SMEs, digitalization. And we are very pleased to have approved in this line a credit line for digital transformation here in Brazil for the 3 spheres of government and also SMEs. through the national system of foment. Another objective is to promote social progress, investing in human capital and development of skills, such as social protection systems. The third is to strengthen good governance, supporting political decisions in order to attract private capital. All these objectives are committed to cross-cutting issues: gender equality, diversity, climate change. And I invite you all who are interested to visit our webpage. The next years are crucial for a new focus to promote sustainable development. And I'd like to call your attention to the role of financial institutions and development institutions. They are essential for global risks to be managed, I beg your pardon. And they are critical in order to provide swift response, as we have seen in Brazil and in other countries, being used in several social projects, maintaining income and employment. We have a long-lasting relationship with development institutions in the region. We have a very robust portfolio with over $6.6 billion leveraged. But also, it is essential that we address sustainable and green bonds. As a trend, we need to get into, and also we are very much committed to them. We have leveraged such titles in the region. It is very much underused, this market, but it has huge potential as responding impact investments in the country. They can finance several projects in health, education, etc. And one of the factors that has hindered that is the lack of information, which is essential for decision-making on the part of investors.
To bridge this gap, we are proud to share that we are today launching the green bond. I'm sorry, we had some problem with the sound. Yes, it's okay now. I apologize. So the Green Bond Transparency Platform that we have, Green Bond Transparency Platform, the first tool making information accessible to all interested parties, all who wish to participate in the market in the region, free of charge. And so www.greenbondtransparency.org. And so we need to collaborate. That's why in Brazil, we continue to deepen our partnership with ABDE, our long-standing partnership, and also sharing knowledge and supporting Brazilian development institutions. We've also been working with individual members of ABDE, such as the NDS and the Minas Gerais Development Bank, for structuring PPPs and also financing and promoting job generation and sustainable infrastructure concessions. Also, the launching of sustained or sustainable bonds. And so I would like to reinforce that this kind of partnership. I'd also like to acknowledge Carlos and many other partners that we have with us today. We really believe that this kind of partnership is a very efficient way for us to leverage future trends and get Brazil to recover, as well as the whole region, in a more resilient manner, more robust manner, more sustainable manner. And so, once again, thanking ABDE for the opportunity and my panel colleagues also for the invitation. And we are entirely at your service in order to deepen this partnership. Thank you very much. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you for your presentation, very constructive, showing the current scenario, also the post-COVID scenario, and the green bonds and social protection, attention to employment and inclusion. Very rich presentation. Thank you. I'd like to give the floor now to Carlos Pinto, who is the Brazilian representative in Brazil of IFC. Carlos, the floor is yours. Thank you, André. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank ABDE for the opportunity and greet my colleagues here and the audience. I will try to be brief and colloquial in my presentation. The points that I'd like to highlight are related to the relevance, the importance of the private sector, increasingly reinforced now in Brazil, a topic that is essential and cross-cutting. It's what we need, everything we need to do from now on is related to sustainability. And it is up to all of us to keep this in mind and to apply it in our everyday lives. As Morgan said, we are not competitors. We are entities operating in the same space, collaborating towards the same cause. And so we need to use these synergies to support countries, in this case Brazil. And I'd like to highlight that it will be the private sector that will... We all know very well the problems Brazil faces. All the diagnoses have been made, and the gaps in infrastructure, low productivity, social inequality, public expenditure that lacks efficiency, the problems brought about by urbanization, the issues related to social capital, especially education and health, demography, the growth of the Brazilian population. It's something that needs to be tackled as well. And lastly, the fact that Brazil contains 1/3 of the forests of the world, an extremely valuable asset. Now, looking at the impact of COVID, we see that these numerous problems have increased in their importance and magnitude. And this is the point I wanted to arrive at, to say that Brazil has a unique opportunity. All of us here need to be players in the positive transformation of Brazil. Brazil has at its reach what the British call leapfrog opportunity, with a possible leap forward on at the global level. Now, I'd like to share a dream that I try to materialize through my responsibility at IFC. I'd like to imagine a Brazil leading the championship of sustainability. Why shouldn't Brazil be a world leader in terms of sustainability? I think it's possible. And I think the private sector is already and will increasingly play a huge role in this opportunity. And I'm calling this BBB, the Build Back Better concept. So we will build on what we already had. And so under the acronym BBB, Build Back Better, we will place Brazil back on the path of sustainable development. At IFC, we call climate financing climate business. It might seem heretic to some ears, some sensitive ears. Climate can be a business. And can climate be a business? Yes. If it's not a business, nothing will happen. We need to know how to turn opportunities related to climate change and all related sustainability issues into a win-win situation for all parties involved. It's a simple idea. No doubt a country needs to have legislation and regulation characterizing all these sustainability aspects. But this on its own is not enough. Today, Brazil already has advanced institutionality and regulation that is considered quite advanced and innovative. However, this is not enough. What's missing? Precisely, a change in culture, a change in the culture of the private sector. It's the private sector that needs to push for change and needs to be engaged in this revolution and huge transformation. Without the private sector on board, nothing will happen. It's not through fines or obligations, imposition of obligations that this will happen. It will happen with a commitment on the part of the private sector with the changes that need to happen. IFC is a strategic partner because we have this capacity to work with the private sector. We've been doing this since 1956 when we provided the first credit in Brazil. Since then, the only year that IFC was not present, even in the most difficult years, we've been engaged with the private sector in Brazil. And what we are doing today is very different from what we have done in the past. I can see participants and representatives of regional development banks. We could start there. A big difference in relation to the past. We work with the private sector, but we are open to working with regional development banks and Brazilian banks, helping them in this mission of sustainable development, both from the perspective of providing support and also helping in terms of investments. And so when these development banks have projects related to sustainability and wish to improve their competencies in these areas, we, IFC, can be a strategic partner. We already are. We are already working with a small number of development banks, the regional development banks here in Brazil, helping them with the agenda of creating conditions to support investments that can be characterized as sustainable.
We are also working, such as our colleagues from AIIB, in the area of green products. A lot is going to happen through this, and through credit to private sector, this revolution will materialize because banks will be more and more in the investors, with the investors and capital markets, and they will prefer working with products that ensure sustainability criteria. And this brings about transparency, avoiding greenwashing. We need to be truthful in this, credible things with transparency. That's how we're going to be able to provide for these changes. So very much welcome this IADB initiative. Brazil has something fantastic, a very much developed financial capital, financial market with several players, and it is great to have transition bonds, green bonds, etc., and several products being developed throughout the world, especially in Asia. And this investment already has a favorable yield. It is cheaper to finance through green bonds than through corporate bonds. We want for Brazil to have that too, and companies will be able to see that they can accede to capital that is cheaper if they are sustainable. We are working actively with public-private partnerships. We need to bring private investment to areas where typically used to use public investment. And we will need to channel these resources carefully to areas where no private resources exist. So Brazilian government will need to prioritize where public resources are channeled to. But it is also a great opportunity to open for investors, national and international investors who are looking at Brazil, such as we can see happening in the water and sanitation areas. So it's a huge field of opportunities for the private sector to be able to contribute in a positive manner to this infrastructure gap to be overcome as fast as possible. Therefore, IFC is very active. We have a team for the structuring of PPPs, I beg your pardon. We have partnerships with municipalities, government institutions, precisely to help in this mission. I'd like to reiterate, I do beg your pardon for this mantra, but my mantra is sustainability, sustainability, sustainability. And then the private sector being an engine, a drive for a movement supported by institutions such as ours, but bringing its efficiency and knowledge to help Brazil take this leap. Thank you all very much. I am at your service. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for the participation. It is essential. It's not important. But I'll give the floor to Mr. Nelson. Well, good morning. First, I'd like to thank ABDE for the invitation and also the participation of all of you in this very excellent panel. We have a little time, and our colleague Edson spoke so well about new technologies in research and in innovation in an area that is so important to Brazil, and that made Brazil a power in this area. Some decades of studies and development, and Edson spoke very well about it, representing Embrapa in this country. And today our trade balance depends a lot on this sector. We have credit that is linked or that is earmarked to this sector in a partnership with the secretariat for agriculture in our state. We call it here in the state of São Paulo, covering over $500 million. So thank you, Edson, for this presentation. And Uzi Scheffer, it was great to hear you, and I know that SOSA is a very well reputed country, I beg your pardon, company, and we know the importance of IT in this country. In the first and second presentations, we can see new technologies at the service of better delivery and performance, especially taking into account that it is much better for companies, and it will bring impact to the quality of life of people, because productivity, companies doing well, generating income, but also bringing well-being to countries that are developing. And Mr. Morgendorf and also Carlos Pinto, they are both two great partners, the AIIB and the IFC, which is the financial arm of the World Bank. I really liked when Morgan said or spoke about the importance of us needing to do more. So we are doing that. We would need public and private, and the $14 billion. And I really like the fact that these dialogues with financial institutions, I beg your pardon, they go through the union of countries, of the gathering of countries. This is great, Morgan. I would like to say that it starts with the gathering of states. Here, and an analogy with our country. The national foment institutions linked to ABDE, etc. We are championing work that involves all these needs, especially liquidity of companies in the country because of the economic impact of the pandemics. They developed something very important that was very that was essential for ensuring the permanence of companies, especially also to maintain employment and income. And Morgan, I'd like to thank for the great support, and especially the state of São Paulo, by the AIIB. And I'd like to extend that to IFC too, because we do have contracts with them. We have been working with them too, and we have resources for innovation, and this whole work is permeated by something we defend here at the Bank of São Paulo, which is sustainability. Brazil is a continental-sized country, and it needs more than ever to champion sustainability in our country, and São Paulo has been doing that too. I believe that through raising awareness among private sectors, we're going to be able to have the great resumption. The green bonds will make a difference and provide better conditions to companies, people, and investors.
So at the São Paulo, Desenvolve São Paulo, we have a program geared towards sustainability. Companies and the ISG and all the things we've been doing in the context of planning that takes into consideration especially all or making families or allowing families and people to have better quality of life and longevity through climate preservation for future generations. Because today it's our responsibility. I'd like to conclude saying that we could start by bringing together the representatives of companies. And this panel, you don't even need the whole ABDE forum. BID, IDB, IFC, the Agência Rio, and Embrapa, and SOSA. I have no doubt that this would create a virtuous cycle. And I would like to end with a word that is related to synergy. Synergy, it's about joining efforts so that our missions as companies can be effectively made tangible towards a better world, a better country, a better São Paulo, which is the state that I represent here. Thank you. Thank you, Nelson, for your timely comments. I'd like to immediately give the floor to the president of AGE Rio, André. André, you have the floor. Good morning. Thank you, ABDE, for the invitation to join this forum. We have more modest figures, a little more modest than Desenvolve São Paulo. We are also open to conversation with organizations and to think of ways to improve development in the state of Rio de Janeiro. We, in the past, had a good experience with ISDB in terms of guaranteeing funds and guaranteeing sustainable operations here, especially in the photovoltaic area. We're trying to resume this. We've already had a round of meetings. I will speak more generally. We are focused on the program Supera Rio. It's an emergency support program for small and medium companies. We are making this operational, but back to the main topic. We have the perspective of sustainable technological transformation of the state. We know how important it is to support technological innovation and creative solutions in a society that is strongly impacted. I'd like to highlight some actions in sustainable technological development. Since 2013, we've had a partnership with FINEP, generating excellent opportunities for Rio de Janeiro entrepreneurs. A recent partnership with FAPEG, which is a research support foundation for the development of innovative projects for micro and small companies. We know how difficult it is for micro and small companies to access attractive credit, and this is mixed with subvention. Explaining this partnership with FAPEG, FAPEG provides stimulus in the area of innovation in the form of subvention. We also work with financing resources, and up to now we've already entered 10 contracts with a total of 6 million reais, and we are going to launch a second call for proposals soon, and in support of startups in Rio de Janeiro. So the synergy with FAPEG is very important. We are stimulating an innovation environment in Rio de Janeiro. And lastly, we also have a strategy to strengthen the interior of the state. We are training agents through agreements with the municipal governments, kind of bridging or addressing our lack of capillarity. So we went from 50 to 400 operations a month with micro and small companies, very important during the pandemic. And so the local impact of our development actions, very important. We want to replicate this in other municipalities. I'm being very brief, and I'd like to wish you all a great forum and thank ABDE.
Ok.
Muito bem. Bom, então, debate muito né, de alto nível.
Another enriching and high-level debate, which, so we'd like to thank the moderator, the debaters, and commentators. And so we'll have our last activity of the second day.
Muito bem, para encerrar esse segundo dia de fórum.
Second day of the forum, I'd like to invite the Special Secretary for Foreign Trade and International Affairs of the Ministry of the Economy, Roberto Fent. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank ABDE for the kind invitation. Very important topics were addressed today, very important for the current moment of the Brazilian economy. So I'd like to say that several trends have been emerging in the last few years and have gained strength in this planetary crisis. The COVID pandemic requires major responses. The world is trying to reestablish global value chains, but previous changes were already underway with emphasis on regionalization. Labor relations have been deeply affected with alterations in supply and in demand. Less skilled workers especially were affected. Unemployment may result in substantial losses of income for a significant share of workers. An acceleration of the process of digitalization has taken place with deep consequences in terms of employment and also companies and families. In spite of continuous macroeconomic weakness, the number of bankruptcies has dropped. We've had a generalized deterioration of public finances and private finances, a risk to be monitored in the future. The current monetary conditions have caused a virtuous cycle between governments, banks, and companies. Market conditions may be tested with higher returns of financial investments. A time will come for assessing which companies will not sustain themselves without public support, guaranteeing the smoothest possible transition. The world has achieved mixed progress in the fight against the pandemic and has witnessed the emergence of new variants of the virus. So divergences or inequalities remain. Recovery will be unequal among countries and between emerging and developed countries. So divergent recovery may lead to the need to address the vaccination problem, and also extreme poverty has increased. And in this broad and challenging scenario, Brazil is seeking ways to overcome obstacles. The Ministry of the Economy has been doing its part, making efforts and allocating its human resources to address the problem. And reforms at Congress will bring about the best practices in public policies recognized by the main entrepreneurs around the world. Another aspect of relevance is the maintenance of pragmatism, which has always provided a framework for the relations between Brazil and other countries.
Brazil has its beliefs and values, but the links with other countries go through objectivity in national interest. It is important to work to have markets, especially in the regions with more dynamic markets. We also need to highlight a very important factor for international insertion or inclusion. It is not trivial. It does not only depend on international decisions, but we need to be in line with international criteria. This aims to bring about sustainable development in our economies. Breaking away from past protectionist policies. It is not easy, but it is necessary for an actual economy of market, or market economy, I beg your pardon. We have seen a high level of closure in the economy, and going to OECD can provide for improving this effect. We have in the Ministry of the Economy, we have relied also with colleagues from the central bank. We have high standards. They have high standards that are adhering to the appropriate criteria. The idea is to reduce financing costs for productive activities in Brazil. Minister Paulo Guedes, this week, with counterparts with Mercosul, Chancellor France, and Minister Paulo Guedes, we put on the table our idea of modernization of Mercosur and the possibility of unilateral negotiations by Mercosur members according to their interests that would not bring harm to the interests of the others. So each member can have access to international markets. Emphasizing the words of Minister Guedes, saying that we intend to relaunch the Mercosur. Mercosur that is more dynamic that provides for the needs of integration of the country, aiming to increase productivity. And we offer to our partners in Mercosur the possibility of each one of them to choose the pace they want now, this year, and the next years, to give attention to the reforms that are critical for the Brazilian, for the reform of the Brazilian markets. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Roberto, for your participation in the second day of our forum in ABDE. Thank you again for your participation and have a great day. We are now closing our activities. Tomorrow we will meet again at 9 o'clock on the third day of our forum. See you all tomorrow morning.